Chapter 2019. Gunyinji turned her head to look. In front of the street lights of the Senate building, there was a silver black car parked. It was very long and looked very low-key, like a Passat. However, Gunyinji had good eyesight and caught a glimpse of the car's logo from the corner of her eye. It wasn't a Passat, but a Phaeton. The price difference between the two was 10 times, and because the Phaeton had been discontinued, the rarer it was, the more expensive it was. In the eyes of car experts, the old Phaeton with the highest specs had already been hyped up for a sky-high price. Gunyinji couldn't tell what specs the car had, but she knew it was definitely not cheap. Grandfather Huo was now a nobody, but he could actually afford a Phaeton. She narrowed her eyes and turned around to stand silently under a tree that had already lost all its leaves. The streetlights shone through the bare branches, casting mottled shadows that flickered on and off. Gua Huaining supported Grandfather Hua and stood by the car for a while. Seeing that Gunyinji had no intention of coming over, she coughed awkwardly and said, "Miss Gu, won't you come over to meet your future grandfather?" Gunyinji originally wanted to see what Gua Huaining and Grandfather Hua were talking about. Hearing Gua Huaining's words, her heart skipped a beat. She took out a pair of sunglasses from her bag and said lightly, "Hello, what can I do for you? It's already past 7 in the evening. I just got off work and haven't had dinner yet." In Miss Gu's heart, having dinner is more important than meeting your future grandfather. Gua Huaining clicked her tongue. "We haven't had dinner either. Why don't we have dinner together?" Gunyinji chuckled softly and said very gently, "I wouldn't dare. The last time I went to the Hong Group Hotel for dinner, Miss Gua kicked me out. You haven't even apologized yet. How would I dare to have dinner with Miss Gua? I have stomach problems, so I can't be angry or hungry." Ro Mingxing listened for a while and learned that Gunyinji and Gua Huaining had this conflict. She frowned. She really didn't expect that with Gunyinji's status today, she would still be kicked out of a hotel during a meal. She looked at Gunyinji inquiringly. Gunyinji whispered, "It's a long story." Gua Huaining was even more embarrassed, but she still nodded gracefully for Hua Guanchen's sake. "Miss Gu, I was wrong last time. I had eyes but failed to recognize you. I didn't know you were the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time. Because of what happened last time, I lost my job and the Hong Corporation also wanted to sue me. Thanks to Grandfather Hua speaking up for me, the Hong family let me go." She sighed and her voice sounded even more aggrieved. "It's just a meal. I came here today to sincerely invite you to a meal and personally apologize to you." Without waiting for Gunyinji to speak, Grandfather Hua also laughed heartily and said, "Nyinji, I know that you and Huaining are both good girls. We'll be a family from now on. Let's just say that no discord, no concord." "Ha ha!" Gunyinji raised an eyebrow. She thought to herself, Gua Huaining lost her job because she cheated on the Hong Corporation scooter project. How did it become because of her meal? Of course, if Gua Huaining hadn't humiliated her, Lu Jin wouldn't have studied the scooter launched by the Hong Corporation. Of course, Gua Huaining's fraud wouldn't have been exposed by him. From this perspective, Gua Huaining losing her job did have something to do with Gunyinji, but she had only herself to blame. It was just like how a thief went to prison because he stole something, not because a passerby reported him. What was even stranger was that Gunyinji had known about this a long time ago. The Hong Corporation's matter had already been brought to court, but Gua Huaining still thought that others didn't know? What did she mean by that? Just as Gunyinji was pondering Gua Huaining's intentions, Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the darkness. He came to Gunyinji's side and held her hand naturally. "It's so late. Why aren't you home yet?" Gunyinji looked up at him. Her dark eyes suddenly lit up, even more beautiful than the stars in the night sky. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help smiling and stroked her hair. "It's cold. Why aren't you wearing a hat?" Ro Mingxing saw that Hua Xiaoheng had arrived and quickly said, "Ninji, since Mr. Hua is here, I'll be leaving first. See you tomorrow." Gunyinji nodded and said, "Text me when you get back and tell me that you've arrived home safely." "Okay, I will." She turned around and waved before quickly walking away. Gua Huaining didn't look at Ro Mingxing. Her gaze only fell on the couple standing under the bare tree in front of her. The man was tall and straight. His aura should be powerful, but he restrained it very well. The light from the street lamp reflected on his face. Half of it was light and the other half was dark, but it added an indescribable charm to his handsomeness. It made people subconsciously look away after a glance, but that face was already deeply imprinted in their minds. All the women who had seen him would be disappointed and frustrated. Gua Huaining looked at him for a while. Thinking of Hua Guanxin, she felt proud again. No matter how good Hua Xiaoheng was, he couldn't compare to Hua Guanxin. In her heart, Hua Guanxin was the real dragon among men. Grandfather Hua didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to come as well. However, after waiting for a long time and not seeing him come, he was angry and a little guilty. Although Hua Xiaoheng was his grandson, he never put on the airs of a grandfather in front of him. Of course, Gua Huaining didn't know this. She looked away and said with a smile, "Hua Xiao is here too. Your grandfather specially came to see Miss Gu. Why don't we go eat together? I can also apologize to Miss Gu in person." Gu Ningji waved her hand. "It's too late. I want to go home. Miss Gu doesn't need to apologize. You take good care of Grandfather Hua. That's the best apology." Hua Xiaoheng finally looked up and said casually, "It's really too late. Since Miss Gu was hired by my father to take care of Grandfather, you should work hard and not do your own personal things during working hours." Gua Huaining froze and quickly explained, "I didn't. Grandfather Hua had dinner today and wanted to go out for a walk. We went for a drive to the Senate building and happened to meet Miss Gu getting off work. So it was along the way." Gu Ningji chuckled. "I thought he really came to see me. Well, that's okay. You should take Grandfather Hua back. It's getting cold. Be careful not to catch a cold." Gu Ningji and Hua Xiaoheng's words implied that they were treating Gua Huaining as a real nanny. Gua Huaining was furious. She was a B University law student and used to be a senior executive at the Han Corporation. How could they treat her as a real nanny? Also, she wasn't a nanny. She was a housekeeper who helped Hua Guanxin take care of his private estate. Her face darkened, and her tone became agitated. "Miss Gu, you are now the chief legal counsel of the Senate. Do you really have to use your power to oppress others?" With that, she helped Grandfather Hua into the car from the back door. The car door slammed shut, and they quickly drove away. Gu Ningji looked at the black phaeton in shock. "There's a driver in the car?" The tinted windows of the car were too dark, and it was at night. Neither of them had noticed there was a driver in the car. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at them and pulled Gu Ningji into his car. "Don't worry about it. So what if there's a driver? You have so many security guards around you. Will they dare to harm you?" Gu Ningji glanced at him with a smile. "No matter how many security guards there are, they're not as good as you, Hua Xiao." When they returned to Song Jinning's apartment, Gu Ningji mentioned that Gua Huaining had taken Grandfather Hua to the Senate building. Lu Jin immediately said, "She came to look for trouble again?" Gu Ningji Lu Yuan calmly scooped a bowl of soup for Gu Ningji and said, "We are investigating the Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund. The person behind Gua Huaining is also this Pacific Rim Private Equity Fund." Gu Ningji beamed. "President Liu, you're so amazing." Relieved, she followed Hua Xiaoheng back to his official residence to wash up and go to bed. When she woke up the next morning, she realized that she had underestimated her enemy. Overnight, a 3-minute video appeared on the internet and was being forwarded like crazy. Apparently, she was the Senate's chief legal advisor, Gu Ningji, who had recently become very popular. She used her power to oppress others. Because of a meal, a top student from B University was forced to lose her job and become a nanny for her fiancé's family. This is today's first chapter, Chapter 2008, Using Power to Overwhelm People. It's 2 o'clock today, 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. Moi moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2020. That's too scary. Just because she needed to keep her seat and asked her to leave, she's crazy enough to make her lose her job? Losing her job is fine, but what's even scarier is that she forced her to be a nanny at her fiancé's house. Are you serious? Who's Chief Gu's fiancé? Who else could it be? You don't even know this? The H family. Chief Gu's fiancé, HSH, is the son of General HGC, the director of the political department at the military headquarters. Her fiancé's family is, of course, the famous H family. F*CK. Can the person above speak with a straight tongue? What HSH, HGC? Who's the H family? I hate it when people use letters to replace breaking news. Will you die if you don't show off? The onlookers discussed animatedly. Some people expressed a tacit understanding of the H family mentioned in the video, but others couldn't guess it and cried for science. Just as everyone was guessing who the H family was, someone dug up the video of Gun Yinji and Xiaoheng's engagement ceremony in Russia, hosted by President Putin. Let's go take a look. Don't miss out on the big exclusive news. Chief Gu's fiancé's family has been revealed. The netizens were in an uproar. It's the Hua family. TSK, didn't we already know? Hee, I thought Chief Gu remarried. The person above is so mean. Chief Gu isn't married, nor is she divorced. Her husband didn't die, so why would she remarry? Don't you know how to speak? Just as a group of people quickly chose to take sides, thinking that they were speaking up for the weak, Gun Yinji's popularity on the internet came into play. This video is too obvious. I don't believe my wife would be so low. This was Gun Yinji's husband fan. That's right. It's so dark, and the video's resolution is low. Look at the time. It's already dark. Chief Gu only got off work in the middle of the night. My heart aches for Chief Gu. Not only does she work overtime every day, but she also has to deal with such despicable people. She said that she came to apologize, but then she turned around and said that she was forced to be a nanny. I don't believe that with Miss Gu's ability, she would be forced to be a nanny if she could post a video on the internet and scold our Chief Gu. That's right. Moreover, Chief Gu wasn't married yet. How is it Chief Gu's fault that Miss Gu went to work as a nanny for H's family? When Gun Yinji woke up in the morning, she saw the trending video and immediately understood. He had indeed set up a trap last night. No wonder the driver in the car didn't get out. It turned out that he was hiding in the car to take a video. Gun Yinji's temper was about to explode when she woke up. He was certain that with her current identity and status, it was impossible for her to personally go down and fight, which was why he dared to blatantly point at a deer as a horse. However, it was true that she couldn't personally go up against them. Even if she used a sock puppet, it would give the other party an opportunity to take advantage of. Perhaps the person who set the trap was waiting for her to make a move. To be honest, this kind of thing was usually ignored under normal circumstances. When the novelty wore off, everyone would naturally disperse. However, Gun Yinji wasn't the kind of person who would sit and wait for death. She looked at the war of words on the internet and felt a little better. Someone still spoke up for her. The corners of Gun Yinji's lips curled up slightly as she put her phone back on the bedside table and got up to wash up. When they went to the dining room for breakfast, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi were already eating. Good morning, Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe. Gun Yinji sat down across from them with a smile. Zhao Liangzi ate breakfast while scrolling through his phone. Without looking up, he said, Yinji, if you're so powerful, why don't you force her to come here and be a nanny? Araka need the nanny. Aku, who was gnawing on a bone under the dining table, heard his name. He quickly raised his head, pricked up his ears, and barked twice. Yin Shixiang burst out laughing and patted Aku's head. It's none of your business. Eat your food. Aku turned around to look at Gun Yinji. He trotted over and rubbed against Gun Yinji's leg. Gun Yinji smiled and half squatted down. She also rubbed the head of the short-legged little corgi. Aku, you're so bad. You're rubbing against my fur so early in the morning. He didn't seem to take it seriously. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other and smiled. Yinji, do you need our help? Zhao Liangzi asked with a smile. Although it's a small matter, the buzzing of flies is also very annoying. There's no need for that. This kind of thing can be easily exposed. The things that Gua Huaning has done have long been on the internet. They just suddenly used a specially edited video to shock the public and mislead the goldfish netizens who only have a 7-second memory. Gun Yinji spoke calmly, but she was actually still resentful. She gripped her knife and fork angrily and stabbed it into the smooth, iced jade-like plate. If I don't cause trouble for Gua Huaning, she should be hiding and laughing. How dare she provoke me again and again? But the angle she found is quite tricky. being forced to be a nanny. Those who don't know the cause and effect will definitely feel the same way when they see it. Hua Xiaoheng walked in at that moment. He had just returned from morning exercise and was still carrying the cool air outside the house. He bent down to kiss Gu Nianji on the head and said gently, "Morning." Gu Nianji also naturally tilted her head and kissed Hua Xiaoheng on the cheek. "Morning, Hua Xiao." The intimacy was undetectable and natural. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, who were sitting across from them, shouted in unison, "I refuse the dog food." The short-legged little corgi under the dining table immediately pricked up its ears and jumped up excitedly. It wanted to see where the dog food was. Gu Nianji caught a glimpse of it, and her stomach full of grievances immediately disappeared. She laughed so hard that she lay on the dining table. "Aku, don't worry. Mommy will take you out for a walk after breakfast." Aku was happy and immediately squatted beside Gu Nianji, waiting to go out for a walk with her. Gu Nianji said she was going out for a walk, but she was actually just going out for a walk. She had to come back to pack her things and prepare for work. Hua Xiaoheng sat down beside her and said casually, "We also have a video of what happened yesterday. I've already sent it to your mailbox." Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She tilted her head and asked affectionately, "Really? You also recorded the video? Was it before you came out yesterday?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. The Special Operations Force's ability to act within the country was greatly restricted. In order to deal with the endless inquiries of the Senate and the Cabinet, they had adopted new operational guidelines. It was to carry law enforcement surveillance devices with them. If they encountered an emergency, they must immediately turn on the surveillance devices to record. Seeing that there was a complete video, the trace of resentment in Gu Nianji's heart completely disappeared. Not long after, old Madame Hong personally sent her a text message, telling her that she would help her dispel the rumors. This was a pleasant surprise. Gu Nianji quickly replied with a thank you. She beamed with joy as she showed old Madame Hong's text message to Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi. She said proudly, "Look, a just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, who had originally wanted to comfort her, had mixed feelings. It was like discovering that their child had suddenly grown up and could take charge of things on his own. It was a mixture of gratification and joy, but also a sense of loss and depression. After breakfast, Gu Nianji put the dishes back in the kitchen and whistled. Little Aku jumped up and followed her out for a walk. Just as they walked around the path in front of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, a member of the Special Operations Forces ran up to her and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, someone saw what happened last night. Do you want us to come out and be bystanders?" Gu Nianji's face broke into a big smile. "No need. I think someone is even more anxious than me." She had been thinking about the hot news while she was eating breakfast, and now she had figured it out. The other party had released such an obviously edited video, so it actually had a limited impact on her. Moreover, she was working in the Senate, which was different from other departments. So this time, the other party's target seemed to be her, but it was actually targeting someone else. This person was, of course, the fiancé's house that was insinuated in the online news, which was Hua Guanchen's private residence. Gua Huaining was in a position similar to that of a housekeeper in Hua Guanchen's private residence. She continued to analyze the hot news and the facts revealed by the video in the following order. A. It was true that he had a conflict with Gu Nianji. B. It was true that he had lost his job because his conflict with Gu Nianji had been exposed for fraud. C. It was also true that he had become Hua Guanchen's housekeeper and nanny after losing his job. However, in this line of logic, there were a lot of articles to be written about what had prompted Gua Huaining to go from A to C. The hot video and the news had captured people's habitual weak imagination and directly pushed the reason from A to C to Gu Nianji. And the person who could help Gu Nianji abuse her power was the biggest mastermind, Hua Guanchen. What was he trying to do? While Gu Nianji was thinking along the way, Lu Jin also saw the news and video. He was instantly furious. Gua Huaining is asking for a beating. She's courting death. Lu Jin immediately took out his phone to teach Gua Huaning a lesson. Fortunately, Lu Yuan stopped him in time. You don't need to do anything for such a small matter. Old Madam Hong has already contacted me. She will help Ninji dispel the rumors. This was the second update of today. Chapter 2009, Abuse Your Power. There were 2 updates today. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2021. Really? Lu Jin glared at Lu Yuan. She said to refute the rumors? When will she refute the rumors? Let me tell you, you have to be quick and accurate in refuting the rumors online. Otherwise, it'll be useless. Lu Yuan didn't think too much about it. He paused, picked up his phone, and went to his room to call old Madam Hong. Old Madam Hong had already woken up and was discussing with her secretary how to refute the rumors online. Seeing that Lu Yuan was on the phone, she quickly picked up and said with a smile, "President Lu, I'm preparing to refute the rumors. I'll be able to post it online soon." Lu Yuan smiled. "I was just about to remind you that you have to be quick in refuting the rumors online. Otherwise, it won't be as effective as it should be." I got it. I'm writing it, and it'll be posted soon." Old Madam Hong agreed readily. She planned to post the lawyer's letter online as soon as possible. The Hong Corporation was a large company, and it had its own rules and procedures. Old Madam Hong had to go through the proper channels and complete the procedures one by one. Therefore, it was almost time to get off work in the afternoon, but the lawyer's letter to refute the rumors had yet to be produced. Lu Jin was in all his high-energy physics classes today, but he was absent-minded and didn't have the mood to work all day. He had been waiting for old Madam Hong's letter to refute the rumors, but he didn't get it. He was completely furious and called Lu Yuan directly from Song Jinning's office. "Where's the letter to refute the rumors? Look at what's going on online." After a day of fermenting, and with the professional water army stirring things up, those who supported Gun Yinji were shaken. What was going on? Why didn't Chief Gu say anything? Gun Yinji, on the other hand, didn't care. She was so busy that she wished she had 3 heads and 6 arms. She treated 1 hour as 2 hours. So since old Madam Hong said that she would personally refute the rumors, she didn't take it to heart. After another day of meeting at the Parliament building, they finally decided on the process of suing Narita Yama's news agency in the International Intellectual Property Arbitration Court. In the conference room, Gun Yinji's team was very excited. They were all young people in their 20s and 30s. Each of them was older than Gun Yinji by several years. But no one looked down on her. She used her ability and style to win the trust and obedience of her colleagues. When the day's work finally came to an end, Gun Yinji rubbed the back of her neck and stretched her legs. She picked up her phone and began surfing the internet to rest. The moment he opened his social media, he was flooded with news about the video. The focus was still on Gun Yinji. People kept saying that she was cold and aloof, that she couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes, and that she would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever offended her, she would punish them to death. At the same time, there was another dark line that pointed to the mysterious HGC. Although HGC wasn't mentioned many times in the posts and replies, his presence was the strongest and caused the most controversy. His identity, background, military rank, and position were all secretly circulated. Some people said that he was in a high position and took good care of his family. He loved his only son very much, so he loved his son's fiancée. When he found out that his son's fiancée had an argument with someone in the hotel, he intervened without hesitation and exerted pressure on the Hong Corporation, prompting them to fire Miss Gua. To avenge Gun Yinji, he forced Miss Gua to come to his house to be a nanny to take care of his father, who had just woken up from a vegetative state. He was Gun Yinji's future grandfather. In this way, HGC was like a domineering, high-ranking CEO, but he wasn't very friendly to Miss Gua, who was in a vulnerable state. However, he was unconditionally good to his family. Just this alone made many people yearn for him, because deep down, many people hoped to have a family member like him. Not only was he in high position, but he was also rich and powerful. He also didn't discriminate between right and wrong and sided with his family. Gun Yinji looked at the reposts and replies one by one, and the corners of her mouth twitched. As she expected, The video belittled her on the surface, but secretly flattered Hua Guanchen. Even though Hua Guanchen appeared in a negative image, he did appear in a very negative image. However, Hua Guanchen's own identity and status meant that he couldn't become an internet celebrity, let alone become the focus of public opinion. A day passed, and several of the higher-ups in the military headquarters were very dissatisfied with Hua Guanchen. In the evening, General Ji called him to the conference room and said unhappily, "Director Hua, this was originally your family matter, and we can't interfere. But look at how the rumors are spreading. Aren't you going to solve this problem?" Hua Guanchen frowned and said, "The innocent are innocent, and the guilty are guilty. I can't just strangle these people's necks to stop them from talking. Can I?" "You can't stop them from talking, but shouldn't you solve the problem first?" Speaker Long also came to the military headquarters because of Gun Yinji's matter. He originally wanted to directly talk to Hua Guanchen about the matter, but General Ji said he was also dissatisfied. Therefore, they found a conference room and called Hua Guanchen over. Hua Guanchen could only stand and listen in front of this group of people. "General Hua, just like General Ji said, this is your family matter, and it's not up to outsiders to interfere. However, this matter involves my chief legal advisor. Are you going to do nothing and let others slander her?" Speaker Long's expression was solemn as he knocked on the conference table unhappily. "I'm not talking about her personal relationship with your family. Just from an official point of view, you should protect her and not let people criticize her." Hua Guanchen's expression was calm as he listened to the senior officials throw their tantrums. Finally, he nodded and said, "The senior officials have a point. I will handle this matter carefully." As he spoke, he turned to Speaker Long and said, "Speaker Long, the truth is, we all know how much you have cultivated Yinji. She will have to experience these things sooner or later if she wants to establish herself in the Senate. It's better to let her handle it and see if she can change the public opinion." Bullsh *T. Speaker Long couldn't help but curse. Hua Guanchen's expression darkened. He was also a man in his 50s, and being scolded by Speaker Long in front of these senior officials made him a little angry. Speaker Long was so angry that he didn't know what to say and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry." Then he quickly said, "General Hua, this matter is very simple. It has to do with the nanny you hired. Why did you hire her to be your nanny? Could it be that you couldn't hire anyone else but her?" This was because this round of online videos and news mainly stated that Gua Huaining had offended Gun Yinji and was forced to be a nanny at her fiancé's house. Gua Huaining was also a top student of the B University Faculty of Law and had once been a senior executive of a large company. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable for someone like her to lose everything because of a small mistake. Hua Guanchen said in a low voice, "This matter is not what everyone thinks. I asked Miss Gua this morning, and she said she would investigate what exactly happened. Don't tell me that this has nothing to do with her." Speaker Long, who is such a well-mannered person, was about to fly into a rage. "Why do you trust her so much?" Hua Guanchen looked down and smiled bitterly. "My father was able to wake up from his vegetative state thanks to her helping us contact the doctor. Just this fact alone makes it impossible for me to sit by and do nothing about what happened to her." Speaker Long glared at him for a long time and didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally snorted and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a filial son." Hua Guanchen took a deep breath. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'll go talk to Miss Gua. This matter better have nothing to do with her. Otherwise, humph." Speaker Long sat down with a flushed face and glared at Hua Guanchen. "If she still acts like nothing happened, I don't mind teaching her a lesson." Hua Guanchen nodded and was about to turn around to leave when his personal secretary rushed over and said, "There's new news on the internet again." Hua Guanchen was speechless. "What news?" his personal secretary said in surprise. "It's Miss Gua. She posted a video to refute the rumors." The leaders in the conference room were speechless. Hua Guanchen turned on the large TV screen in the conference room. The news channel was broadcasting Gua Huaining's selfie. She had a ponytail and had very light makeup on her face. It had a subtle nude effect, so most people, especially straight men, wouldn't be able to tell. She was wearing a light, gray, heavy silk shirt. Her sleeves were rolled up, and she didn't have any jewelry. She only wore a Vacheron Constantine watch on her left wrist. The first impression she gave was excellent. She was like a completely different person from the previous Gua Huaining, who liked to use famous brands to flatter herself and speak and act aggressively. She smiled apologetically and spoke slowly. Hello everyone, I'm Gua Huaining. I'm one of the people involved in the video that has been circulating on the internet since last night. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting. I'd like to make the following statements. First, I would like to inform the person who secretly filmed the video that your actions have violated the privacy rights of me, my employer, and Miss Gu. Please stop your infringement immediately and delete the false video from the internet. Second, I was just going for a drive near the Senate building with my employer last night and happened to meet Miss Gu. I would like to invite her to dinner and personally apologize to her. Third, I was careless and unscrupulous in the past and offended Miss Gu. It was my fault, and I sincerely apologize to Miss Gu. Fourth, I left the Hong group for personal reasons. It has nothing to do with Miss Gu. Fifth, I'm now at my friend's house helping him take care of his father, who has just recovered from a long illness. I was not forced by Miss Gu to go to her fiancé's house to be a nanny. Please don't believe the rumors. Sixth, I would like to say one last point. My employer is a very kind and very forgiving person. He reached out his hands at my most difficult and helpless moment and saved me from the fire and water. You'll never forget someone's kindness. Our statuses are too different, and there's nothing I can do to help him. I volunteer to help him take care of his father. I hope everyone won't slander him, and don't use any nasty words to judge him. He's the most outstanding, magnanimous, and kindest man I've ever met in my life. He's the one who shouldn't be dragged into this. I hope everyone can show him some tolerance and understanding, and don't mention him again. I can't let the person who helped me suffer. If that's the case, who will reach out to help those who are unfortunate enough to fall into danger in the future? Everyone, please be more tolerant. If you want to scold, please scold me. I'm at fault, I'm guilty, and I'll bear all the consequences. This is today's first update, Chapter 2010, Quick, Ruthless, and Accurate Refutation of Rumors. It's Monday again. I'm begging for some recommendation votes. It seems like it's also the end of the month. Time flies. I'm begging for monthly votes as usual. There are 2 updates today. 8 o'clock in the evening of the second update. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 2022. The meeting room in the military headquarters wasn't a secret meeting room. It was where everyone usually held democratic meetings. Therefore, it wasn't heavily guarded. In a crowded hallway, the guards at the door and the personal secretaries who followed the leaders out were all fortunate enough to witness this grand rumor-refuting event. The video on the TV ended. The meeting room was silent for a moment. Then everyone turned to look at Hua Guanchen, who had been refuted. Hua Guanchen still didn't have any special expression. He looked the same as before, but there was a slight hint of surprise. He cleared his throat and said with a smile, I will ask Miss Guo about this again. The person who secretly filmed the video can't get away with it. Speaker Long's mood had been at rock bottom since the beginning of the video. He went from anger to surprise to grievance, and now he couldn't take it anymore. Speaker Long chuckled and twisted his neck to look at Hua Guanchen standing at the door. This rumor refuting is really good. She was singing General Hua's praises from the beginning to the end. Hua Guanchen said calmly, I think Miss Guo's logic is still very clear. She clearly said in the video that she wasn't forced to be a nanny at my house. She did it willingly. Isn't this refuting the rumors for Nianji? Also, she even said what happened in the past. She publicly and sincerely apologized to Nianji in the video. Isn't that enough? Speaker Long, what else do you want? Sue her in court and put her in jail? Or summon her to the Senate and have the members hold a hearing to question her? She has nothing left. She came to my house to be a nanny, to preserve her last bit of dignity. The leaders in the meeting room looked at each other. General Ji looked at Hua Guanchen with a sullen expression. He tapped his fingers on the conference table a few times and said, On the surface, this is indeed the case. But don't you think there's something wrong? He looked at everyone in the meeting room one by one. Don't tell me that you're all as touched as Director Hua. Ha, ha, ha. The meeting room was filled with all kinds of ambiguous laughter. There were less than 10 people in total. Other than Speaker Long, the rest were the top leaders in the military, who didn't have a score to settle. However, from their point of view, this was indeed Hua Guanshan's family business. Previously, they were only worried that this incident would negatively affect Hua Guanshan's reputation. This would also be publicly damaging the military's reputation. They weren't protecting Hua Guanshan. They were protecting the overall interests of the military headquarters. Now that Gua Huaining refuted the rumors, the comments on the internet immediately changed. Many people consciously stopped mentioning HGC. Major websites now had enough reasons to filter HGC-related letters and Chinese words as keywords. In less than an hour, the entire internet could no longer search for HGC or anything related to it. The threat to the military headquarters' reputation had been resolved, and Hua Guanshan could also stay out of it. There were still discussions online about the feud between Gun Yinji and Gua Huaining. The news of being forced to be a nanny had already been quietly erased along with the ban of HGC. General Ji and Speaker Long looked at each other. They had no reason to blame Hua Guanshan or continue to interfere with the Hua family's affairs. All right, this matter is over for the time being. Director Hua, we won't comment on your personal matters unless they involve official matters. General Ji looked up at him. If I don't sweep the house, how can I sweep the world? Director Hua understands this better than I do. How could a person who worked in politics not understand this principle? Hua Guanshan only continued to smile and nodded. The chiefs have a point. I will continue to follow up on this matter. His style had always been like this. Whether he was happy, in pain, angry, resentful, embarrassed, or wronged, he would never show it on his face. Moreover, the emotional fluctuations he displayed were not as simple as being emotional. He had suffered such a huge setback with Baijini, but he was still calm in the face of it. Other than expressing regret, he still acted as usual. He didn't feel that he had lost face in front of others because of it. Everyone in the conference room knew that Hua Guanshan had a nickname in the military headquarters, the White Stripe in the Waves. It was actually a description of how slippery he was and how he was able to do things without getting stained. All right, that's all for today's meeting. Director Hua, you really need to do a thorough investigation. Not only are you the director of the political department, your son is also the chief of the Special Operations Forces. Your son's fiancée is now the chief legal advisor of the Senate. Your family matters can't be completely family matters anymore. In the conference room, a big shot who had a good relationship with Hua Guanshan smiled and tried to smooth things over. Hua Guanshan quickly stood up and gave a standard military salute to the people in the conference room. Yes, Chief. The commotion in the courtyard of the military headquarters fell silent because of Gua Huaining's refutation of the rumors. However, the atmosphere in Song Jinning's apartment was even more heated. Lu Jin was so angry that he almost smashed the television in the living room. He pointed at the wall-mounted television and shouted at Lu Yuan, "This is what you call refuting the rumors. Is your old Madam Hong suffering from dementia? It's in a whole day. Where's her refutation of the rumors?" Lu Yuan also shook his head helplessly and said, "I've been in meetings today. I called her in the morning and thought that her statement would come out soon." Lu Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to reason with Lu Jin at this time. This was because there were too many things to complain about in the video online, and they had a lot of dirt on Gua Huaining. It would only be a matter of minutes before they could turn the tables and slap him in the face. But if it was that simple, why would the other party spend so much effort to cause trouble? Lu Yuan and the others had calculated the online craze. Without an investment of tens of millions of yuan, it was impossible to create such a scale. Therefore, after discussing it with Hua Xiaoheng, they both decided to wait and see how far the other party would go. On the other side, old Madam Hong had taken the initiative to refute the rumors, and he had agreed. He had to give the old lady a chance to apologize, right? However, Gua Huaining had still exceeded their expectations. Lu Yuan smiled and changed the channel. He said lightly, "Gua Huaining has an expert behind her." Lu Jin glared at him. "Do I need you to say that? Her clothes, makeup, tone of voice, and even her body language have all been carefully prepared and rehearsed. She shot this video at least 180 times to achieve this effect. His gaze turned back to the television. Some channels were broadcasting Gua Huaning's apology. Lu Jin spat hatefully and pointed at Gua Huaning, who was becoming more and more dignified and elegant on the television. Nonsense. The grudge is getting bigger and bigger. Let me tell you, if you want to climb up by stepping on my daughter, you'll have to do it over my dead body first. Lu Yuan. Just as they were arguing, old Madame Hong's lawyer's letter to refute the rumors finally arrived. The major media and television stations immediately followed up. Because the HGC could no longer be mentioned, the media also had to find a new hot topic. And the Hong Corporation, which was still at the forefront of the storm, was of course the best target. In old Madame Hong's lawyer's letter to refute the rumors, she focused on the matter of the Hong Corporation firing Gua Huaning and stated that they continued to reserve the right to pursue Gua Huaning's legal liability. However, this statement happened to echo what Gua Huaning had said in her video to refute the rumors. I was wrong, I was guilty, and I will bear all the consequences. It made it seem that Gua Huaning was sincerely apologizing and willing to pay the price for what she had done. Meanwhile, the Hong Corporation was still pursuing her relentlessly to completely destroy Gua Huaning. The netizens who easily sympathized with the weak were once again led by the Water Army to stand on Gua Huaning's side. They mocked the Hong Corporation one after another. If they wanted to sue, then sue. What rights did they have to reserve? All the statements of only sending a lawyer's letter but not going to the court to formally file a complaint were all hooliganism to tease the onlookers. This was today's second update, Chapter 2011. The grudge is getting bigger and bigger. It's Monday again. Please give me a round of recommendation votes. It seems like it's also the end of the month. Time flies. Please give me a round of monthly votes as usual. There were 2 updates today. P.S. Some people always say, do I need to know how to refrigerate myself when I evaluate a refrigerator? But dear, you're not evaluating the refrigeration of a refrigerator, but teaching it how to refrigerate. Don't you need to know how to refrigerate yourself before you can teach a refrigerator how to refrigerate? I'm speaking from my feelings. Don't take it personally. Dear, you can use this to argue back against those contrarians who like to say, do I need to know how to refrigerate myself when I evaluate a refrigerator? Moi moi. Chapter 2023. Look, your old Madame Hong is only now sending a lawyer's letter to refute the rumors. Lu Jin pursed his lips disdainfully. It's been a whole day. The daylilies have all turned cold. Lu Yuan ignored Lu Jin's sarcasm and carefully compared old Madame Hong's lawyer's letter and Gua Huaning's video of refuting the rumors. After a while, he said, Gua Huaning has a helper in the Hong Corporation. The video she released to refute the rumors was almost directly related to the Hong Corporation's lawyer's letter. Lu Jin was in a bad mood and only wanted to argue with Lu Yuan. He knew that what Lu Yuan said made sense, but he still carried the largest steel lever on Blue Planet without hesitation. He frowned and said, what kind of foundation could she have in the Hong Corporation? Wasn't it the law firm who leaked the information? Lu Yuan was stunned. Then he laughed and said, as expected of a great scientist, even a word of argument is so logical. Lu Jin rolled his eyes at him. Who's joking with you? I'm serious. Yes, your reason makes more sense than I thought. The more Lu Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that Lu Jin's casual argument was very close to the truth. He analyzed, old Madame Hong didn't know much about online public opinion, and she valued this time's refutation of the rumors very much, so she was extra cautious and delayed for a while. But it was precisely because she was cautious that she specially hired a lawyer to do this, and she personally contacted the lawyer. Even her secretary and assistant didn't know about the inside story. It could be said that no one in the Hong Corporation knew about this at all, so the problem could only be with the law firm. Lu Jin's mouth gaped open. No way. How can something I casually say become the truth? After saying that, he praised himself happily. Then there's nothing I can do. I'm smart. but my IQ is too high. If I'm not careful, there will be a spillover effect. Lu Yuan, he automatically filtered out Lu Jin's boasting and continued. Which law firm did old Madam Hong contact? Lu Jin didn't even look at the TV and immediately said, the sovereign law firm. Lu Yuan was puzzled. How did you know? There was a picture of the lawyer's letter on the TV just now. Lu Jin took out his phone and searched the internet. I saw the official seal on the lawyer's letter. Lu Yuan remembered the full picture of the lawyer's letter on the TV for less than a second and was amazed. You can even remember this. You really have a camera's memory. Of course. My ability to memorize images is very good. People who have photographic memory are people who can memorize images in an instant. Lu Yuan's image memory is very good. Lu Yuan quickly changed the topic. Monarch Descent Law Firm? I don't think I've heard of it. Where did old Madam Hong find this law firm? Lu Yuan Lu. Lu Yuan said Lu Yi. Lu. Just like the other world, the Huaxia Empire also had four major law firms. Lu Jin moved quickly and instantly dug out the registration history of the Monarch Descent law firm. When a law firm's business registration record appeared on his phone, Lu Jin almost thought he had made a mistake. He flipped through 7 or 8 databases in different ways. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, "That's right. It's our old friend's law firm." Lu Yuan, he glanced at Lu Jin and saw that his expression was a little strange. He looked at Lu Jin's phone. He was stunned when he saw it. He Ji Chu. Lu Yuan took Lu Jin's phone and looked at it carefully. The Monarch Descent law firm was founded by He Ji Chu a few years ago. Yes, I don't know if it's the same name or something. Lu Jin sat on the sofa and crossed his arms. He looked up at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling and analyzed with a straight face. But judging from the time of founding and transfer, it should be the He Ji Chu we know. Lu Yuan nodded and muttered. The foreign-funded law firm founded in the imperial capital of the Huaxia Empire 4 years ago suddenly transferred all of its partners' interests more than a year ago. More than a year ago was the time when He Ji Chu returned to the other world. Lu Jin carefully checked the information of the law firm and said, when it was founded 4 years ago, it was a foreign-funded law firm. Many of its domestic businesses couldn't be handled. More than a year ago, it was transferred to the Huaxia Empire. From a foreign-funded law firm to a Chinese-funded law firm, it has the same rights to practice as a domestic law firm. It has developed rapidly in the past year. Its branches have opened all over the northern China region. It's catching up to JD Law Firm, which has fallen to the last place among the 4 major law firms. Finally, he concluded, the boss who bought the Monarch Descent law firm is more profitable than He Ji Chu. Lu Yuan didn't expect Lu Jin to come to this conclusion. He looked at him for a while before looking away. He said nonchalantly, young master, his mind wasn't on business to begin with. He also opened a law firm here, but it was to find Nianji and make it easier for him to move around. Lu Jin snorted. At least he knows his place. He complained again, actually, if it weren't for that stubborn old man, He Changjian, who kept trying to kill me, Nianji would have married He Ji Chu a long time ago. Perhaps she would have had several children by now. Lu Yuan had a headache. Professor Lu, you have to be a role model. You can't let your daughter marry her half-brother. Why can't I? It's not like I'll give birth to children with genetic problems. Lu Jin continued to argue. This isn't a genetic problem. It's an ethical problem. Lu Yuan had no choice but to explain again. We don't live in a vacuum. Even if Nianji and He Ji Chu don't mind, what about their children? When the children grow up and know the truth, what will they think? Lu Jin continued to glare at him. What will they think? With me, their omnipotent grandfather, around, are they afraid of others bullying them? In short, He Ji Chu is more suitable for Nianji. Lu Yuan understood and shook his head. You just don't like Xiaohong, do you? Lu Jin might not like He Ji Chu very much, but compared with Xiaohong, Lu Jin felt that He Ji Chu treated Gu Nianji better. It's not that I don't like him, it's that your Major General Hua doesn't take my girl seriously. Lu Jin continued to be dissatisfied. He straightened his neck and said, if it was young master, he would have beaten someone like Gua Huaning up from head to toe. And it's her turn to stomp her feet and continue to court death. To put it bluntly, he was unhappy that Hua Xiaoheng didn't immediately stand up to fight back against the online rumors and protect Gun Yinji. Lu Yuan sighed and tried his best to explain to Lu Jin. When Xiaoheng was over there, he was the ace of the far east of the KGB. He didn't have to abide by the laws of the Huaxia Empire, and his movements were more free. But here, he's a Huaxia Empire soldier and the commander of the Special Operations Forces, whose movements in the country are severely restricted. It's impossible for him to be like the KGB over there, where he can do whatever he wants. Lu Jin, on the other hand, put on a I don't want to listen posture. He opened up his left and right ears so that Lu Yuan's words went in his left ear and out his right ear. He kept complaining about Hua Xiaoheng. He even said that if he married my daughter, no one would bully her. I don't think that's the case at all. According to his actions, if he married my daughter, he would ask my daughter to compromise even more. What's the big picture? My daughter is the big picture. He can't put my daughter first. He just doesn't have the big picture in mind. Lu Yuan had discussed it with Hua Xiaoheng. In his opinion, it was normal to endure it for the time being. How could he be like Lu Jin, who was like a firecracker that would explode at any moment? The more Lu Jin spoke, the more agitated he became. He picked up his phone and called Hua Xiaoheng. After 2 rings, Hua Xiaoheng's phone picked up. Hello, Professor. What can I do for you? He asked politely and didn't even mention his surname. Lu Jin loved to guess riddles. When he heard Hua Xiaoheng's words, he immediately reacted. Are you on a mission outside? Is it inconvenient to talk? Hua Xiaoheng didn't seem to answer the question. He said, this is the Sovereign Descent law firm. We received a report from the people of Chaoyang that there have been a lot of foreigners coming in and out of this place recently. They suspect that there are spies here. Lu Jin was dumbfounded. But this is already a full-fledged Chinese law firm. It's no longer a foreign-funded law firm, and foreigners coming in and out means there are spies. Where's the logic? Where's the common sense? Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm. He said calmly, we don't know about that. But since there are reports from the public, we can't just sit back and do nothing. The police will bring back all the people here to take notes according to the law. Those who are suspicious will be referred to the higher authorities. We were invited to assist the domestic police in carrying out foreign-related work. Lu Jin was dizzy from Hua Xiaoheng's long paragraphs of official language. He was stunned for a while before he said, Old Madam Hong's lawyer's letter was prepared here. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly. Yes, thank you, Professor, for reporting the new clues. We will investigate thoroughly to see if there are any further leaks. Lu Jin hung up the phone. His eyes seemed to be still spinning. He looked like he had been fooled by Hua Xiaoheng. He suddenly said to Lu Yuan, Major General Hua already knows that this matter is related to the Sovereign Descent law firm. Lu Yuan smiled and looked away. He said calmly, Now you don't think Xiaoheng can compare to He Jichu, do you? I still have to take a look. Lu Jin muttered to save his dignity. He spoke as if he could make the decision for Gun Yinji if he took another look. In fact, he and Lu Yuan knew very well that they could only complain. It was impossible for them to change Gun Yinji's mind. In the middle of the night, Gun Yinji had already fallen asleep, but Gua Huaning was woken up by the ringing of her phone. What's wrong? It's the middle of the night. Why are you calling? She was furious and shouted at the other end of the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was shocked by her. Why are you angry? Let me tell you, the police just checked the Sovereign Descent law firm and removed a lot of things from it. Several lawyers who worked overtime were also taken away for investigation. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2012, Don't Listen, Tortoise Chanting. It seemed to be the end of the month. Time passed so quickly. As usual, she asked for a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2024. Gua Huaning's heart skipped a beat. Her drowsiness instantly disappeared. The caller was Do Ayan. She sat up on the bed, and the phone in her hand felt hot. What did you say? The Monarch Descend's law office is being investigated. Why? She asked guiltily. Did they do something wrong? Or did someone do it on purpose? How could you not know if the Monarch Descend's law office is fine? Do-Ian mocked. You're not that forgetful, are you? Don't blame me. You were the one who suggested the idea. Now that something has happened, what do you mean by that? Gua Huaning put on her slippers and sat down on the sofa across from her in frustration. Who's investigating? Don't you have someone? Can't you interfere? Isn't General Hoyer backer now? Can't you ask him for help? Do-Ian pouted. She couldn't understand what was so good about Gua Huaning. First, she was engaged to a rich young master like Hong Ziki for so many years. Although they didn't get married in the end, they were still an engaged couple. After falling out with Hong Ziki, she immediately got involved with Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen was older than Hong Ziki, but in terms of social status and personal status, they were worlds apart. The more Do-Ian thought about it, the more upset she became. But now that Gua Huaning had someone supporting her, even if she didn't like her, she still had to be polite to her. Gua Huaning thought about Hua Guanchen and shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. She leaned against the back of the chair and said quietly, "How can I trouble General Hua for such a small matter? He doesn't care about the police." "Oh, you're a good wife and mother already?" Do-Ian was about to explode. "I sent you the photos from the Monarch Descend's law office. Take a look and you'll know why I asked you to ask General Hua for help." Do-Ian hung up the phone, afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back and would fall out with Gua Huaning, who was becoming more and more hypocritical. She sent the photos to him. Gua Huaning received the photo and opened it. She was speechless. The photo showed the scene of the police raiding the Monarch Descend's law office. It was very eye-catching, and the person standing with the commanding officers was none other than Hua Xiaoheng. No wonder Do-Ian was so sure she could ask Hua Guanchen for help. This was his son's doing. Even an idiot would know that Hua Xiaoheng was abusing his position to avenge Gun Yinji. But why did he have to pick on the Monarch Descend's law office? Didn't the Monarch Descend's law office help old Madame Hong to send a lawyer's letter to refute the rumors? They were speaking up for Gun Yinji. Gua Huaning didn't understand and quickly asked, "But this is Hua Xiao's job, right? What was the point of looking for General Hua?" General Hua can't possibly say that his own son is wrong. Putting herself in Hua Guanchen's shoes, she didn't think that complaining like this would be of any use. Instead, it would leave a bad impression on him. Gua Huaning felt that she understood too well the importance of a son in such a wealthy family. She wasn't arrogant enough to think that she was more important to Hua Guanchen than his only son, Hua Xiaoheng. Also, how can I speak up for this matter? If I speak up, won't General Hua know that I'm in contact with him? Then what if he thinks of my video refuting the rumors? Gua Huaning was even more nervous. She didn't want to ruin the image she had just created. Do-Ian snorted. "Gua Huaning, you only know one thing, you don't know the other. I'd like to hear the details." Gua Huaning smiled teasingly. "As long as Ian can convince me, I'll definitely speak up." Puffed. She's already panting even though she hasn't even started yet. Do-Ian secretly cursed, but still had to put on a brave face and said to Gua Huaning, "It's like this, Hua Xiao's job dictates that he can't interfere with domestic affairs." This time, he brazenly interfered without any hesitation. This is already a taboo. He might even be breaking the rules. Breaking the rules is a big taboo for people in their line of work. You don't understand, but General Hua definitely does. Do-Ian's words reminded Gua Huaning and quickly said, "Oh right, how could I have forgotten about this? Hua Xiao really can't interfere with domestic affairs." She actually didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, but after working with Hong Ziki and Shui Jingjiang for so many years, it was impossible that she didn't know anything. Now that she heard Do-Ian speak so bluntly and combined it with what had happened in the past, she completely understood. Yes, but we didn't expect Hua Xiao to personally cause trouble for the Monarch Descent firm. Although they acted quickly, Hua Xiao obviously had more responsibility. TSK. He even threw away his future just to help Gun Yinji get back at him. "Huaning, you killed two birds with one stone this time. You're amazing." Do Ian spared no effort in praising Gua Huaining. Gua Huaining was a little pleased with herself. Although someone had given her advice behind the scenes, she had come up with the main idea herself. The other party had only stated her attitude, but hadn't said anything specific. Do Ian loved to see Gun Yinji hate her, but couldn't do anything about it. It would be even more interesting if Do Ian could become Gun Yinji's stepmother in the future. Thinking of the arrogant Hua Xiaoheng and the arrogant Gun Yinji lowering their noble heads in front of her and calling her mom, she felt that her life hadn't been in vain. The corners of her mouth gradually curved into an indecipherable smile. She fiddled with her phone for a while and suddenly wanted to call Hua Guanxin to test his tolerance. Looking around at the low-key but luxurious bedroom, she knew she couldn't go back. She thought that her previous penthouse apartment had allowed her to cross the social class and enter the upper class. Now she realized that she had been a frog in a well. She was still thinking about it when she instinctively dialed Hua Guanxin's number. At first, she only had Hua Guanxin's personal secretary's number. Later, she said that she was worried that something had happened to grandfather Hua, and she couldn't contact Hua Guanxin immediately. Hua Guanxin gave her his private number. Thinking about it this way, Hua Guanxin must have feelings for her, right? After the call went through, Gua Huaning's heart beat even faster, pounding against her chest. She felt that the room seemed to be even more stuffy. It rang a few times before Hua Guanxin picked up. A lazy, deep, and sleepy mature male voice sounded from the phone. "Hello? Miss Gua? Why are you calling so late at night?" Sure enough, he treated her differently. Gua Huaning's chaotic emotions immediately calmed down, and she said gently, "General Hua, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. It's like this, you know that I'm a lawyer, and most of my friends are lawyers too. I just received news that Hua Xiao took his men and raided a law firm. I think you should know about this as soon as possible." Hua Guanxin was stunned. "What did you say? Xiaoheng took his men to raid a law firm? That shouldn't be. How could Hua Xiaoheng interfere with domestic affairs?" Gua Huaining saw that Hua Guanxin's reaction was within Do Ian's expectations, and her voice became even gentler. "Yeah, I just heard from my friends. They sent me a photo. I'll forward it to you." As she spoke, Gua Huaining forwarded the photo Do Ian had sent her to Hua Guanxin. Hua Guanxin received the photo and opened it to take a look. His eyes flickered slightly, and his expression was unreadable. This was the second chapter of the day, Chapter 2013, Only Knowing One, Not Knowing Two. Hurry up and vote for the monthly votes. It'll be invalid if it expires. And recommendation votes. Mwah, my little angels. Chapter 2025. In the photo, Hua Xiaoheng had a solemn expression as he stood with his hands behind his back beside a high-ranking police superintendent. He did not hide or pretend. He just stood there and watched as the police raided the Monarch law firm. The photo must have been taken not long ago. The law firm was brightly lit and reflected Hua Xiaoheng's face, making it difficult to look at him directly. Hua Guanxin looked at the photo carefully and did not speak. Gua Huaining waited for a while, but Hua Guanxin did not speak. She became anxious and could not help but ask, "General Hua, are you still there?" Hua Guanxin replied, "Yes." "Then what do you want to do?" "Should I?" Gua Huaining hesitated, not sure if she should remind him. She and Hua Guanxin were still in the stage of tacit flirtation and had not made anything clear. She was also afraid that she would be too eager and say too much. However, Hua Guanxin only said, "Got it," then hung up and went back to sleep. Gua Huaining could not sleep anymore. She tossed and turned over her conversation with Hua Guanxin countless times, but could not find out Hua Guanxin's true feelings from those few short sentences. She waited until dawn, but still could not figure out what Hua Guanxin meant. "I give up. I really give up," Gua Huaining muttered to herself, but also felt that it was a challenge. When she was with Hong Ziki, she was not sensible, nor did she know how to be a good person. However, she still attracted Hong Ziki. After getting engaged to him, she grew up quickly and followed him around in high society. She quickly learned how to behave in high society. However, if she were to use this against Hua Guanxin, it wouldn't be enough. The more she spent time with Hua Guanxin, the more worried Gua Huaining became. She could not figure out what Hua Guanchen was thinking. She only intuitively felt that Hua Guanchen had feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have reached out to help her settle the Hong Corporation's lawsuit. The Hong Corporation's new statement to refute the rumors was a slap in Hua Guanchen's face by stating that they reserved the right to pursue Gua Huaining's legal liability. Gua Huaining got up from the bed and went into the bathroom to wash up. She changed her clothes and came out for breakfast before pushing grandfather Hua out for a walk. This was her main job these days. There were professionals in charge of old master Hua's rehabilitation. She only needed to manage these professionals. Pushing grandfather Hua through the tree-lined path in the West Mountain Villa area, Gua Huaining said casually, "Grandfather Hua, Major General Hua has been really busy in the country recently. Isn't he only responsible for foreign affairs? Why is he participating in a domestic operation now?" Grandfather Hua didn't know about the sovereign descent law firm yet. He leaned back in his wheelchair indifferently and said calmly, "If he has authorization, he can also act within the country." Authorization? Who would authorize him? Gua Huaining pretended not to care and tilted her head with a smile. "Of course it's the Senate. The key military personnel also have to sign," Grandfather Hua explained in detail. Of course, what he said was a matter of public procedure, so it could not be considered as a leak. Old Master Hua no longer had the opportunity to come into contact with the more confidential information. That was why Gua Huaining only understood one thing after listening to him for so long. It wasn't that Hua Xiaoheng couldn't act within the country. If he had the Senate's authorization, he could still act within the country. Gua Huaining's heart suddenly skipped a beat when she thought of this, and her entire face lit up. She thought of a way to bring down Gun Yinji. This method would be enough to bring her back to her original state. She could no longer use the title of Chief Legal Advisor to disgust her. Gua Huaining was anxious but still patiently pushed Grandfather Hua for a walk outside before returning to Hua Guanchen's private villa in the West Mountain. Grandfather Hua was in his 80s after all. He had also gone through 2 very draining stages of being in a vegetative state and waking up, so he was still recuperating. He went to his room to sleep after returning to the villa. Now he had to sleep twice during the day. He would sleep in the morning after taking a walk, then sleep again after lunch. Sleep helped with the recovery of bodily functions. After Gua Huaining sent Grandfather Hua back to his room, she hurried out of the villa and called Do Ayan in the open space outside. "Ayan, are you free these days? Let's go for coffee." Gua Huaining took the initiative to invite her. Do Ayan immediately knew Gua Huaining wanted to say something. She looked at her schedule and said, "I happen to have 2 hours free today. Do you want to go to Aroma Cafe and try their new South American black coffee?" Gua Huaining quickly nodded. "Do you want to go first, or should I?" "I'll go." Do Ayan picked up her handbag and car keys. "See you in a bit." Aroma Cafe was located in the 3rd Ring Road of the Imperial Capital and was very close to Carlyle International Investments where Do Ayan worked. Gua Huaining took the car keys and sped all the way to the 3rd Ring Road of the Imperial Capital within 30 minutes. Do Ayan sat by the window and waved at her with a smile. "This way." Gua Huaining was led to Do Ayan's table by the waiter. "Ayan, sorry to keep you waiting." "It's fine, I just got here too," Do Ayan said as she ordered coffee and 2 plates of muffins, enthusiastically introducing. "The muffins here are very delicious. They're fragrant and crispy, melt in the mouth, and have just the right amount of sweetness. They go best with black coffee." Gua Huaining wasn't there for coffee. She casually ordered a cup of mocha and ate a small muffin before saying in a low voice, "Do you know that the Special Operations Forces needs to be authorized by the Senate in order to operate within the country?" "I do. It's a public procedure. You can find it online." Do Ayan casually took a sip of coffee and ate a muffin. She wished she could also order a boiled egg. To her, this was the standard for a nutritious breakfast. So it's possible that Hua Xiao's involvement in raiding the Monarch Descend's law firm last night wasn't illegal at all. It was actually legal. Gua Huaining continued. Do Ayan choked and suddenly felt that her favorite muffin wasn't sweet anymore. It tasted like wood residue. She spat and asked suspiciously, "How did you know he had authorization? Who told you? Or did you see it with your own eyes? Did General Hua show it to you?" Gua Huaining covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. She didn't have good teeth when she was young, so she was used to covering her mouth when she giggled. Even after she earned a lot of money and had her teeth fixed, the habit she had developed since she was young still inadvertently showed itself. Do Ayan looked away in disdain when she saw how petty Gua Huaining was. Gua Huaining continued, "General Hua didn't say it directly, but he hinted." "Oh, how did he hint?" "He didn't say anything. Think about it. If something really happened, wouldn't he be furious and immediately find someone to clear things up?" Gua Huaining felt that she was starting to understand Hua Guanshan's way of doing things. He didn't do anything, so isn't that a problem? Think about it again. Why isn't it a problem? Of course, it's because Hua Xiao has authorization from the Senate. Gua Huaining said confidently. Do Ayan looked up in surprise and said with a smile, "It's been 3 days since we last saw each other. Huaining, you're really something." The atmosphere quickly lightened up, and they joked a few more times before Gua Huaining finally got to the point. "This incident actually gave me an idea. As long as we do a good job, Gun Yinji can just wait to be beaten back to her original state and lose everything. You're really that good? Tell me what you think." Do Ayan even turned on the recording pen to record Gua Huaining's words. Gua Huaining wasn't going to fall for it. She smiled and took the recording pen from Do Ayan's hand and tossed it in her hand. "What we said today came out of my mouth and into your ears. I don't want anyone else to hear a single word about our conversation today." Fine, I got it. Hurry up and don't keep me in suspense." Do Ayan urged impatiently, her beautiful eyes darting around and seeing that there were indeed very few people around and no other customers. The right to privacy should be guaranteed. Gua Huaining put down her coffee and tapped her slender fingers on the table, whispering proudly, "Conflict of interest? What?" Do Ayan didn't realize that Gua Huaining had said something in English. What conflict of interest? This means that Gun Yinji is in the Senate and Hua Xiaoheng is in the Special Operations Forces. They're engaged and will get married in the future, so they're husband and wife. Do Ayan was speechless. "Don't waste my time, get to the point." Gua Huaining thought Do Ayan was being a bit stupid, but she still pretended to be friendly and patient. This is a conflict of interest. According to the law, husband and wife are not allowed to work in an organization that has a conflict of interest at the same time. Hua Xiao's Special Operations Forces operations within the country are controlled by the Senate to balance power. But Gun Yinji, as his fiancée, also works in the Senate and holds a very high position as the chief legal advisor. This will affect the Senate's independence from the Special Operations Forces. Do Ayan understood and exclaimed in surprise, "That's right. Why didn't we think of that? If Gun Yinji still wants to be with Hua Xiao, she can't continue to be the chief legal advisor of the Senate." Gua Huaining nodded and added, "If she still wants to be the chief legal advisor of the Senate, then she can't be husband and wife with Hua Xiao. They can't even be lovers. This will constitute a conflict of interest and damage the independence and legitimacy of the Special Operations Forces." Do Ayan laughed heartily. The few customers in Aroma Cafe all looked over curiously. Gua Huaining quickly covered her mouth. "What are you laughing at? Why don't you hurry up and discuss this with someone and spread the word online?" "No, this time we'll look for the Hua family's political enemies." Do Ayan was better than anyone when it came to internal strife. She smiled as she smoothed her freshly cut short hair. "There are many people who want Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng's positions. Now that we have a ready-made weakness, I want to see how they'll deal with this crisis at the same time." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2014, Bringing Her Down. On the last day of October, they were asking for monthly votes as usual, and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today, 8 p.m. on the second update. Wax Little Angels. Chapter 2026. Gua Huaining blinked and asked in confusion, "Look for the Hua family's political enemies? Is it that easy? This isn't the first time Gun Yinji has been the chief legal advisor in the Senate, and no one has objected. Would it work if you looked for the Hua family's political enemies? Do Ayan choked on Gua Huaning's words. Although she didn't want to agree, she had to admit that Gua Huaning had a point. Although she didn't like Gua Huaning's way of doing things, she still had her redeeming qualities. After all, she was a top student of the B University Faculty of Law and had worked for the Hong Corporation for so many years. It was impossible for her to not have a certain level of vision and means. You don't think it's possible? Do Ayan's eyes darted around. I'll ask first. If everyone says it's not possible, we'll think of something else. Do Ayan sent a text to her uncle and aunt, pretending to be curious about the matter. Although Do Ayan's uncle and aunt were currently abroad, they had once been in the same circle in the country. They immediately replied, "No, you can't start a discussion online because it's related to the Special Operations Forces. Any topic will be removed immediately and won't achieve the desired effect." Do Ayan snorted at the reply. I underestimated this organization. Her sister, Do Qingyan, used to be a field agent for the organization, but due to confidentiality, Do Qingyan had never told her sister about it. The only information Do Qingyan had leaked was related to Hua Xiaoheng himself. As for the true status and function of the Special Operations Forces, Do Qingyan didn't have the time to discuss it with her sister. As a result, Do Ayan was taught a lesson by her uncle and aunt. Uncle, even if you want to blackmail someone, you can't do it with this organization. It's like throwing an egg against a rock. Aunt, what are you doing, Xiaoyan? Are you trying to get yourself killed by asking this kind of question? If you dare make a move, I won't have you as my niece. Do Ayan thought of what she was doing and panicked. She immediately replied, Got it. I'm just asking for a friend. It has nothing to do with me. Aunt, you better be asking for someone else. Also, what kind of friend is this? Break it off immediately. Do Ayan. After a series of text exchanges, Do Ayan changed her mind and said with a frown, Oh, Huaning, you're right. My friends say it's not easy to deal with this internally. Just like you said, Gun Yinji is already the chief legal advisor of the Senate. If there were people at the top who were unhappy, they would have pulled her down a long time ago. Now that no one has touched her, it means that those people don't think it's a good point to attack. I knew it. Gua Huaning smiled with satisfaction. Based on my interactions with General Hua these days, I know a little about the rules of their circle. Huaning, you're amazing. Do Ayan quickly gave her a thumbs up. You're really going to make a breakthrough this time. Knowledge really changes one's fate. Haha. Do Ayan's attitude was warmer than usual as she spoke. She flattered Gua Huaning for a while until she was feeling smug. Then she said, That's a good idea. Why don't you take charge this time? Gua Huaning had long been eager to try. She was used to being a leader, so she was used to making decisions. Besides, she already had a certain amount of capital and backing, so she really had to try to do it herself. She couldn't put her fate in the hands of others. Gua Huaning thought to herself, If Gun Yinji can do it, why can't I? In her mind, she was better than Gun Yinji in every aspect. Of course, that included her age. But because her target was Hua Guanxin, her age was not a disadvantage, but an advantage. But I don't have anything now. I'm afraid there's a limit to what I can do by myself. Gua Huaning made up her mind and began to ask for more resources. Pull Gun Yinji down from her pedestal and have her post and video all by herself? That would be nothing but a dream. Do Ayan was scared by her aunt and uncle and quickly said, Of course, you can contact Deputy Director Jia directly from now on. He has money and people, so he doesn't need a little girl like me, right? The posthumous title of Su Tsang Pai Yu Ping Ping Forgive. Do Ayan giggled. When she got back from Fragrance Cafe, she told Deputy Director Jia that her aunt and uncle missed her and asked her to go abroad for a vacation. She also mentioned Gua Huaning's idea to Deputy Director Jia. Deputy Director Jia thought about it for a while and clapped his hands in approval. There's a lot to this idea. Gua Huaning is smart. Do Ayan pursed her lips and secretly drew a cross at Deputy Director Jia in her mind. But on the surface, she still flattered him. Deputy Director Jia, you have good taste. You and Huaning are both too smart. Even a stupid person like me can't keep up. How about this, since I'm going abroad for a vacation soon? You can contact Huaning personally. She has a lot of ideas and is also a B University law student. Of course, she knows what to do and what not to do. Also, it's not convenient for me to contact you when I'm on vacation. Don't let me hold you up. Deputy Director Jia had originally wanted to contact Gua Huaning personally. Seeing Gua Huaning climb up the tree that was Hua Guanchen, she would be an incredible resource. But because Gua Huaning was contacting them because of Do Ayin, Deputy Director Jia couldn't directly contact Gua Huaning without Do Ayin's permission. Now that Do Ayin was smart enough to concede, Deputy Director Jia would be impolite to refuse. He smiled and nodded. Then I'll approve a long vacation for you. Have fun abroad, and you'll have more energy to focus on work. Do Ayin quickly nodded. Thank you, Deputy Director Jia. You're only approving it for 3 months? That long. Deputy Director Jia pretended to look at the calendar. It's already November. If you approve it for 3 months, won't you be spending the new year abroad? Yes, I'll be spending the new year abroad. Do Ayin seized the opportunity and used this excuse to cover up her true reason. Okay, then remember to come back after the new year and work hard. Deputy Director Jia said as he took out a blank leave form and handed it to Do Ayin. Do Ayin immediately filled it out and signed it. After Deputy Director Jia also signed it, she happily handed the leave form to her supervisor. The next day, she left the imperial capital for a vacation in America. Because of this, Gua Huaning didn't get in touch with Deputy Director Jia until the next day. Ayin went abroad for a vacation? She asked with a smile. That's unfortunate. I'll be counting on Deputy Director Jia in the future. Miss Gua, what are you saying? We still need Miss Gua to take care of our business in the future. Deputy Director Jia was in a good mood and spoke politely to Gua Huaning. Gua Huaning had finally regained the high and mighty feeling she had when she was at the Hong Corporation. In fact, she was even better than before. How could the Hong Corporation compare to Hua Guanchen? She despised herself for her lack of taste in the past. After finalizing the resources with Deputy Director Jia, Gua Huaning put down the phone and walked to the villa window with a cup of warm milk. She stared out at the beautiful autumn scenery of the West Hills in a daze. After living in a place like this, she would never go back to her former position. After finishing the preparations, Gua Huaning called Hua Guanchen and asked indirectly, General Hua, is there a result regarding the Monarch Descends law firm? Hua Guanchen's indifferent voice sounded from the phone. Why are you asking about this? Are you in contact with them? No. Why would I be in contact with them? Gua Huaning immediately denied. But you know I'm a law student. I know everyone in the law firm, so I'm curious. Yes. Hua Guanchen's attitude was the same as always. I'm not sure about this. Gua Huaning was even more certain. Hua Xiaoheng must have had legal authorization to appear at the Monarch Descends law firm during the raid. Therefore, Hua Guanchen didn't care at all. After the call, Gua Huaning played with her phone uneasily. She thought to herself that Hua Guanchen still didn't trust her enough. Why didn't he just say that it was fine? Did he think she was trying to sow discord between them? That would be really unfair to her. She didn't like Gun Yinji, but she would still give Hua Xiaoheng a way out. Gua Huaning thought of Hua Guanchen's attitude again. It was purely not taking the initiative and not refusing. She had to do something drastic. After ending the call with Gua Huaning, Hua Guanchen was also pondering. After thinking for a while, he got up and left his office. He got into the car and said to the driver, to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. From the military headquarters to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, they had to pass through the Institute of High Energy Physics where Song Jining was located. When Hua Guanchen arrived, it was almost noon. He happened to see Lu Yuan delivering lunch to Song Jining. Lu Yuan got out of the car gracefully, and Song Jining actually went to the gate to pick him up. She was only wearing a simple white coat, and her hair was directly tied up in a bun. She didn't have any luxurious jewelry, but she was still beautiful. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They walked into the Institute of High Energy Physics together. Hua Guanchen's expression instantly darkened. This wasn't the first time he had seen Lu Yuan and Song Jining together. Get someone to investigate who Director Song has been very close to recently, Hua Guanxin instructed his personal secretary in a low voice. Yes, Chief. When they arrived at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Guanxin went straight to Hua Xiaoheng's office building. Hua Xiaoheng was reading an internal reference when Yin Shixiang's internal call came in. Major General Hua, your father, General Hua, is here to see you. Hua Xiaoheng said without looking up. Let him in. Soon, Yin Shixiang brought Hua Guanxin in. After Yin Shixiang left, Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at Hua Guanxin. He said calmly, Hello. May I ask what General Hua needs? Hua Guanxin was a little upset when he saw that Hua Xiaoheng hadn't called him father for the past few days, but he didn't flare up. He just sat down in front of him and said, Xiaoheng, what have you been doing recently? Work, Hua Xiaoheng said simply. Hua Guanxin choked for a moment and asked tentatively, Where's your mother? Her birthday is coming up. Let's have a meal together as a family of 3. It's been a long time since we've had a meal together. Hua Xiaoheng looked up from the computer and thought for a moment. He refused. You have to ask her for her opinion on Ms. Song's birthday. It's useless to ask me. He added, If there's nothing else, I still have a meeting to attend. He was practically chasing him away. Hua Guanxin hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Who is your mother celebrating her birthday with? I don't know. Hua Guanxin held it in and thought about what he had just seen. He still asked, Is she dating your uncle? This was the second update of the day. Chapter 2015, Don't Take the Initiative, Don't Refuse. On the last day of October, they were asking for monthly votes as usual. There were also recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2027. Hua Xiaoheng packed his things and stood up. He was wearing a neat military uniform. Although he was in the room, he still had a belt on his waist. Putting on his military cap, he took a step towards the door and said calmly, My uncle died 18 years ago. Where did you get your brother? You don't want the title of a martyr's family anymore? His eyes turned slightly as he glanced at Hua Guanxin. Hua Guanxin choked again and couldn't say a word. His face was almost purple. He clenched his fists tightly and forced himself not to scream out loud. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to calm his racing heart. Hua Guanxin looked at Hua Xiaoheng. It seems to be true? I don't know what you're talking about. Hua Xiaoheng stood at the door and said calmly without turning back, No matter whom his song dates or even remarries, it has nothing to do with you. You're already divorced. If you don't know how to write the word divorce, you can look it up in the dictionary or ask a civil court judge. Hua Guanxin closed his eyes, and his voice was a little hoarse. Xiaoheng, are you still blaming me? But looking at the current situation, do you still think I was wrong back then? No, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. You and Ms. Song are both adults. You don't need to explain anything to others. You only need to explain to yourselves. All right, I'm really busy. If there's nothing important, I can't accompany you. Hua Xiaoheng strode out after saying that. Hua Guanxin looked at his back and pursed his lips. Yin Shixiang poked his head in and said with a smile, Chief, can you come out for a moment? Major General Hua's office has very high security. You can't stay in there alone. Hua Guanxin glared at him. I won't stay here. He also walked out, holding his military cap in his hand as he walked towards the door. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and said to Yin Shixiang, Tell your chief to visit his grandfather when he's free. He's an elder after all. If he doesn't care about him for a long time, his reputation won't be good. If he wants to be promoted in the future, people will make an issue out of the public's opinion. Yin Shixiang, this explanation was too strange. He scratched his head and dutifully sent the message to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was sitting in the conference room and couldn't bring his phone with him, so he didn't see the text immediately. After the meeting, he walked out of the conference room and took out his phone to see Yin Shixiang's words. He thought for a moment, put on his Bluetooth headset, and asked Yin Shixiang, What's going on? Does the chief have any new instructions? General Hua wants you to visit Grandfather Hua when you have time. Yin Shixiang checked the address. The chief said that Grandfather Hua is in his villa in the West Hills. Miss Hua is the head housekeeper there. Hua Xiaoheng understood and said calmly, Got it. Gua Huaining asked Hua Guanchen about the Special Operations Forces in an indirect manner and confirmed her conclusion. Hua Xiaoheng had probably been authorized by the Senate to raid the sovereign descend's law firm. However, because of Gun Yinji, in Gua Huaining's eyes, his authorization was a little unjustifiable. It was like the relationship between athletes and referees. You can't be a player and a referee at the same time. Hua Xiaoheng's close relationship with Gun Yinji made him both an athlete and a referee. This show was quite interesting to sing. It was the weekend, and Hua Guanchen called in the morning to say that he would be coming to his villa in the West Hills to visit grandfather Hua. Gua Huaining was overjoyed and busied herself in the villa. She ordered the chef to prepare a feast and took out her precious red wine to have a candlelit dinner with Hua Guanchen. She planned it very well and prepared dinner for grandfather Hua in advance, and personally brought it to his bedroom. Gua Huaining also secretly put some sleeping pills in his dinner, so grandfather Hua was sleepy after eating. After putting grandfather Hua to bed, Gua Huaining only had time to take a quick shower before she heard the doorbell outside the door ring. The servants went to open the door, and Gua Huaining quickly changed into a silver-gray suit and combed her hair into a bun at the back of her head. When Hua Guanchen came in, Gua Huaining was already waiting for him at the living room door with a smile. "General Hua, you're here." She reached out and took Hua Guanchen's military cap. "Have you had dinner?" "I asked the kitchen to prepare a feast. It's all your favorite food." Hua Guanchen looked at her with a smile. "My favorite food? Why don't I know what I like to eat?" "General Hua, you must be joking." Gua Huaining smiled gently and generously. "Grandfather Hua talks about you all day. I'm not boasting, but even I can recite what you like and don't like." "Oh, really?" Hua Guanchen nodded with a smile. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes curled up, and he looked somewhat like Lu Yuan. Gua Huaining was flustered by Hua Guanchen's smile. She covered her chest with one hand and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She poured tea for Hua Guanchen and said, "This is Bilyuakun tea from this year. The tea is sweet and fragrant. It's better to drink it before meals." Hua Guanchen said emotionally, "Miss Gua, you're so considerate. Actually, you just need to take care of my father." As he spoke, he looked around the room. "Where's my father?" Grandfather Hua felt sleepy after dinner, so he went back to his bedroom. "I'm afraid he's already asleep." Gua Huaining pointed in the direction of grandfather Hua's bedroom. "You can go take a look." Hua Guanchen thought about it for a moment, but still went to take a look. Seeing that his father was really asleep, he turned back and smiled. "Thank you, Miss Gua." "You're welcome, General Hua. It's my duty." Gua Huaining said as she rang the bell for the kitchen to serve the dishes. Not long after, there were more than 10 dishes on the dining table in the villa. They were indeed all dishes that Hua Guanchen liked to eat. He looked at her meaningfully and said, "Miss Gua, you've really put in a lot of effort." "You're welcome. It's my duty." Gua Huaining smiled and scooped a bowl of soup for Hua Guanchen. "Have some. This is the best turtle soup. It's very nourishing." Hua Guanchen tasted it. It was indeed delicious. He finished the entire bowl of soup. Gua Huaining was very happy and said, "If you like it, I can make it for you every day." Hua Guanchen smiled and shook his head. "That's not necessary. I actually don't like soup." "You don't like it? Then why did you drink it just now?" Gua Huaining didn't understand. "Are you okay now?" "No, it's just that your soup is too delicious." "It's delicious," Hua Guanchen said as he poured a glass of red wine for himself and one for Gua Huaining. "Drink red wine after the soup. It'll help you lose weight." Gua Huaining blushed. To her, it sounded like he was flirting. Was he just flirting with her? She caressed her face and said softly, "Okay. Thank you, General Hua." Her slender fingers took the wine glass, and she tilted her head back and downed it. This is the first chapter of the day, Chapter 2016, Unjustifiable, Unjustifiable. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 chapters today, 8 p.m. the next night. P.S. I'm too sleepy. That's all for now. I'll catch bugs in a few days. Mwah. Everyone, little angels. Chapter 2028. You're a good drinker. Hua Guanchen smiled and glanced at the dishes on the table. They were all his favorites. Thank you, Miss Gua. Gua Huaning's alcohol tolerance was actually quite good, but after only one glass of red wine this time, she felt a little dizzy. It was the same feeling as when she drank a liter of white wine. Could it really be that it wasn't the wine that intoxicated her, but she was intoxicated? Gua Huaning thought about it as she watched Hua Guanchen pour her another glass of red wine. He said in a deep voice, "This glass is to thank you for taking care of my father, Miss Gua." Gua Huaning would be impolite to refuse, so she took a sip. She didn't want to finish it in one gulp, but Hua Guanchen sat beside her and looked at her. Under the light, his eyes seemed to be misty, making him seem even more mysterious. It was this high and mighty attitude that struck a chord in her heart. All her defenses crumbled, and she just wanted to crawl at his feet, submit to him, and be conquered by him. Gua Huaning couldn't stop and finish the glass of red wine in one gulp. Hua Guanchen raised a brow. Miss Gua's alcohol tolerance is quite good. Why don't we have something stronger? Gua Huaning couldn't refuse and quickly nodded. This was Hua Guanchen's private residence, but the bottle of red wine wasn't his. Gua Huaning had brought it in herself. Hua Guanchen smiled and went to his wine cellar to get a bottle of white wine and a bottle of red wine to put on the dining table. Gua Huaning leaned against the dining table with her head propped on her hand and looked at Hua Guanchen with a smile. She didn't hide her admiration and adoration for him anymore. Come, have a taste of my collection. Hua Guanchen opened the white wine and red wine with a bottle opener. Gua Huaning's gaze shifted to the two bottles and she glanced at them casually. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Macallan? 1928? She pointed at the ordinary-looking bottle in shock. This is top-notch whiskey. Hua Guanchen smiled without saying anything. He picked up the whiskey bottle and poured half a glass for Gua Huaning. Then he picked up the other bottle of red wine and poured it into the same glass for her. Gua Huaning looked at the bottle of red wine and was even more shocked. Ma Sandra? Sherry. And it's from 1817. This type of sherry had long been priceless. Not only did she see it, but she also had the honor of tasting it. Gua Huaning was also an expert at drinking and naturally knew that mixing white wine and red wine would make one drunk. Although Hua Guanchen didn't have to do this, she would have been drunk a long time ago. She didn't have to do this. Gua Huaning looked at Hua Guanchen with even more dreamy eyes. She grew bolder. She got up, walked to the door, and turned off the lights in the dining room. Then she took out a lighter and lit the candlestick that she had prepared earlier. The snow-white candles flickered, and the dining room was suddenly filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Gua Huaning returned to her seat and picked up her wine glass. She looked at Hua Guanchen lovingly as she sipped her wine. Who? Hua. Gua Guanchen. At. Hua Guanchen was also holding a crystal goblet, but he didn't drink it. He leaned back in his chair and smiled at her. She took another sip of wine and gradually leaned over to get closer to Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen didn't move. He didn't step back or avoid her, but he didn't move forward either. Gua Huaning's face was burning. Her heart was beating like a drum, but she couldn't stop. She wanted to get closer, closer, and closer, but she stopped 5 centimeters away from Hua Guanchen's handsome face. She stared at him, mesmerized. She was so close to him that she could feel his shallow breath on her face. Miss Gua, are you drunk? Hua Guanchen asked calmly. No. Gua Huaning shook her head. General Hua, you don't have to be so polite. You can call me Huaning. Hua Guanchen smiled. His back was to the candlelight. His face was hidden in the dim candlelight, but Gua Huaning felt that he was waiting for her to come over. But when she tried to get closer, Hua Guanchen put down his glass and brushed past her. The courage that Gua Huaning had just mustered up vanished into thin air. She rubbed her temples and said worriedly, I think I'm a little drunk. Hua Guanchen tilted his head to look at her and suddenly asked, Miss Gua, is Dr. Tony someone you know? Gua Huaning was in a daze at the moment, so she naturally answered whatever Hua Guanchen asked. She immediately shook her head. No, he's not someone I know. Then how do you know him? I don't know him. My friend knows him. She said Dr. Tony is very good. Your friend? Is it Douyin? Yes, General Hua. You know her too, right? I heard her say that her sister almost became your daughter-in-law. Gua Huaining said in a daze. She felt her head getting heavier. Huo Guanchen didn't comment. He tapped his fingers on the dining table. The quiet dining room emitted a mechanical clicking sound. Gua Huaining felt that something was wrong, but she was distracted by the clicking sounds. It was as if she couldn't think on her own. She looked at Huo Guanchen in a daze. She wanted to confess her feelings, but Huo Guanchen always cut her off. Prime Minister Dou's daughter? When did she meet Dr. Tony? Huo Guanchen asked with a smile. I heard her say that she met him when she was overseas. You believe that? I don't. Gua Huaining wanted to confide. She hid a lot of things from me. She thought I didn't know, but I'm not stupid. How could I not know? For example? Huo Guanchen narrowed his eyes. For example, she wasn't doing well abroad, but suddenly her luck changed. Not only did she have a lot of money to spend, but she was also able to meet a lot of people she normally couldn't reach. Gua Huaining continued. For example, Dr. Tony. He's such an amazing doctor, and his family background isn't ordinary. Even if her father was the prime minister, she might not be able to hire someone to perform the surgery. Moreover, she's a former prime minister, and the daughter of a former prime minister who's in prison. Who would trust her? She must have someone helping her. Huo Guanchen finally got to the point. From the moment Gua Huaining recommended Dr. Tony for grandfather Huo's surgery, they had been investigating Gua Huaining's relationship and background with Dr. Tony. However, although Dr. Tony's background was clear, the distance between Gua Huaining and Dr. Tony was worlds apart. There were some important links that could not be found. Later, when they investigated Do Ayan, they discovered that Do Ayan had made up some of the missing links. But it still wasn't right. They decided to expand their investigation, but the other party was also very cunning. They seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and retreated. In order not to alert the enemy, the easiest way was to start with Gua Huaining. If this woman wasn't stupid, she would have sensed something was wrong with Do Ayan. How could a talented student from B University's Faculty of Law be a fool? Since those people were using Gua Huaining as bait, Huo Guanchen didn't mind being a big fish that could pull the fisherman down. Then who do you think is helping her? This is the second chapter of the day, Chapter 2017, Hooked and Salty Bait. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly votes. And recommendation votes. Mwah. Everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2029. When Huo Guanchen said this, his voice was extremely low and irresistible, as if it could resonate with one's heartbeat. Those who heard him felt delighted and even trusted him a little more. Gua Huaining was already a chatterbox, and she had a crush on Huo Guanchen. Now that she was bewitched by his voice, it was like a dream. Do you want to know who's behind her? Gua Huaining giggled, as if she had no bones in her body. She fell limply onto Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen still didn't move, but he had crossed his legs at an angle. His long legs stretched out, naturally separating him from Gua Huaining. Gua Huaining was attracted to Huo Guanchen. All she could see was his half-smile. She couldn't fall on a Huo Guanchen and tripped over the chair. Her legs weakened, and she knelt in front of Huo Guanchen. She didn't give up. She leaned forward and knelt down, resting her head on Huo Guanchen's knees. She mumbled dreamily, Hua, Mr. Hua. Huo Guanchen didn't speak for a long time. The room was very quiet, only the flickering candlelight and the scent of lavender wafting through the room. Gua Huaining had lit scented candles. Huo Guanchen's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he grunted. He raised a hand and gently touched Gua Huaining's hair, then silently retracted it. Gua Huaining's scalp tightened, and she shivered as if she had been electrocuted. Her breathing quickened. She never knew that the feeling between a man and a woman didn't need to be naked and didn't need to be drenched in sweat to be intoxicating. She closed her eyes, sighed contentedly, and said softly, I've waited for so long, and it turns out that I was waiting for you. Huo Guanchen looked down at her, as if he didn't believe her. He snorted, Weren't you waiting for the person behind Do Ayan? Gua Huaining shook her head, her eyes still closed. She doesn't know who the person behind her is either. He's always calling her mysteriously, and it's obvious he's using a voice changer. Even that idiot Do Ian thinks it's because it's inconvenient for him to show himself. Hua Guanchen laughed and shook his head lazily. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. You don't have to brush me off. I didn't. Gua Huaining panicked. Opening her eyes, she looked up at Hua Guanchen and said anxiously, I really didn't lie to you. I'm just guessing the person has been contacting Do Ian on the phone the whole time, doesn't show up, and uses a voice changer. This person must be someone Do Ian knows, because only familiar people would use these methods to hide their true identity. Hua Guanchen was still unmoved. Oh, is that so? He shook his head. You don't have to say anything. I'm not interested. He looked at his watch. It's getting late. I should return to the military compound. He stood up as he spoke. Gua Huaining was indescribably disappointed. She knelt on the ground and looked up greedily at Hua Guanchen's tall and burly figure. His handsome face was wrinkled with age. Mr. Hua, don't you want to know who's behind Do Ian? Gua Huaining's eyes sparkled. Hua Guanchen casually put on his military cap and smiled. Why should I care about this person? But you just asked me. Gua Huaining rubbed her temples hesitantly. Was she dreaming? Or was she imagining things? Her head felt like it weighed a few thousand pounds. She really had too much to drink today. Gua Huaining felt like she had a memory lapse. She couldn't remember what happened more than 10 minutes ago. I just wanted to talk to you. Hua Guanchen seemed a bit regretful. What a pity he didn't say what was a pity or why. He only said those two words before leaving the West Mountain Villa. Returning to the car and sitting down, the personal secretary in the front seat turned around. Chief, Gua Huaining put medicine in the soup this afternoon, but we changed it. The soup you drank was prepared by us. Hua Guanchen asked. Then Gua Huaining drank the soup she made herself? Yes. The personal secretary couldn't help but laugh perversely. But it's okay. Her medicine doesn't do much to women. It just makes her unconscious. Hua Guanchen snorted. How dare she? Actually, you wouldn't eat food cooked by others outside unless we saw the cooking process with our own eyes. Her little tricks won't affect you. Hua Guanchen closed his eyes to rest and began to think about what he should get her for her birthday. Although they were divorced, he still had to show his appreciation for Song Jinning's birthday. The next morning, Gua Huaining woke up on the sofa in the dining room to find a blanket draped over her. Rubbing her head, she felt nauseous from the hangover. The cook who was making breakfast and the servant who was cleaning also came. They smiled at her and said, Good morning. Gua Huaining waved her hand and sat up from the sofa with difficulty. Her legs were numb. This sofa really wasn't a good place to sleep. Gua Huaining suddenly remembered something when she thought of the word sleep. She looked down at her clothes. There wasn't much difference from yesterday, except that she slept in the wrong position and there were wrinkles on her clothes. But no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see any evidence of misbehaving last night. No one had touched her. Gua Huaining rubbed her numb legs with mixed feelings. After sitting for a while, she walked up to her room on the second floor and showered in the bathroom. As soon as she walked in, she saw her swollen face in the bathroom mirror. She couldn't help but hold her face in horror. She was glad that Hua Guanchen hadn't stayed over last night. If he had seen her like this, he would definitely have lost interest in her. Gua Huaining shook her head with a bitter smile. When she was a teenager, she would often stay up all night without sleeping. Her eyes were bright and her skin was glossy. But now she was 30 years old. The only thing was that she slept in the wrong place at night. Her entire body was exhausted. The skin on her face was loose, and even the wrinkles were showing. It was a terrible sight. Gua Huaining meticulously started her maintenance routine. She showered, soaked in the bath, applied various skincare essences and lotions, and finally applied a variety of facial masks. She spent the entire morning in the bathroom before she could finally clean herself up. She couldn't stay up late anymore. Gua Huaining secretly made up her mind. It was already noon when she came out of the room. She was about to have lunch when her phone rang again. She took it out and saw that it was Do Ian's number in the United States. Gua Huaining swiped to answer the call. She was in a good mood. Ian, is that you? You're not asleep yet? It should be midnight in the United States at this time. Do Ian was still recovering from jet lag and didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with Gua Huaining. She immediately said excitedly, "Huaining, how's it going with General Hua?" Gua Huaining was stunned. "What do you mean, how's it going? I'm asking if you've had a breakthrough with him." Do Ian became even more excited. "A friend of mine just met General Hua at the best jewelry store in the capital. What do you think he's doing?" "Doing what?" "Buying jewelry. I think he's looking at rings." "No way." Gua Huaning's heart skipped a beat. She clutched her chest and leaned against the door. She really couldn't breathe. This is the first chapter of the day. Chapter 2018, so I've been waiting for you. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. 2 chapters today. 8 p.m. the next night. Moi. Everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2030. What happened last night seemed to resurface in her mind. Although she didn't remember what happened after she got drunk, she still remembered what happened before she got drunk. The room full of romantic candles, Hua Guanshan's eyes in the candlelight, his handsome and seductive face, she remembered it all clearly. She also remembered how close they were. If they got any closer, their faces would almost be right up against each other. Even now, she could feel the warmth of his shallow breath on her face. Afterwards, she seemed to be kneeling on the floor with her head on his knees, and his hand touching the tip of her hair. Gua Huaining suddenly remembered his saying, "Everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, or a shadow, like dew or lightning." Gua Huaining's face couldn't get any redder. She had already reached the entrance of the dining room and was holding onto the wall by the door to support her almost collapsing body. Do Ian waited there for a while, and when Gua Huaining didn't speak, she called out anxiously, "Huaining? Huaining? Are you still listening?" "Yes, I'm here." Gua Huaining finally snapped out of her daze and found her voice. She took a deep breath and held onto the wall as she turned into the dining room. She sat down in her seat, and the kitchen helpers placed lunch in front of her. They even arranged the bowls and chopsticks for her. Gua Huaining nodded at her with a smile and said casually to Do Ian on the phone, "Is that so?" "Of course. I'll show you the photos if you don't believe me," Do Ian said as she immediately sent a few photos to Gua Huaining. Gua Huaining looked closely. It really was Hua Guanshan in the jewelry store. The jewelry store's logo was above Hua Guanshan's head. There was no mistaking it. This photo was obviously taken secretly, but the angle was very good. It perfectly showed Hua Guanshan's handsome side profile, as well as his handsome military uniform and straight back. He held a small jewelry box in his hand and opened it, revealing a sparkling ring inside. It was obviously a diamond ring, and the stone was probably not small. The photo was taken from a distance, so it must have been taken with a telephoto lens, but it could still be clearly seen that the diamond was shaped like a pear with 2 sharp ends and an oval in the middle. If it was a 1-carat diamond the size of a grain of rice, it definitely couldn't be seen so clearly from the angle of the photo. Gua Huaining estimated that the diamond on the ring that Hua Guanshan was looking at was at least 7 carats. If the purity, cut, and color of a 7-carat diamond were all top-notch, then the price would be sky-high. Gua Huaining had once seen a celebrity's engagement diamond ring. It was in the shape of a 7-carat mahjong tile and was worth about $5 million. The diamond ring on Hua Guanshan's hand was several times more expensive than that celebrity's engagement ring. I really don't know what the price is. It wasn't that Gua Huaining hadn't seen money before, but $5 million was almost all she had after so many years of hard work. She could barely afford a similar diamond ring with all the money she had. But was it interesting? When she thought that everything she owned was earned bit by herself, it was extremely boring. Therefore, Hua Guanshan was even more precious to her. And this sense of urgency was different from when he had a crush on her in the past. At that time, she wasn't that confident and could give up at any time. After last night, she realized that Hua Guanshan wasn't that unreachable anymore. As long as she worked hard, she could have this kind of life where she was truly above everyone else. Moreover, there was Hua Guanshan, the man she truly loved. Only he was worthy of her. The corners of Gua Huaning's lips curled up into a proud smile. She felt like she had been reborn, like a swan in the snow, and would soon soar into the sky. Do you believe me now? Why do you think General Hua is buying this kind of ring now? Do Ain's tone was gossipy and persuasive. Gua Huaining didn't disappoint. She laughed quietly and said ambiguously, "Who knows? General Hua only had one meal with me last night." "What? Really, really?" Do Ain was so excited she almost jumped up. "Then he bought it for you?" "Huaining, you're amazing. It's only been a few days, and you've already made a sly old man like General Hua want to get married?" Gua Huaining smiled reservedly and denied it. "How is that possible? We only had one meal alone for the first time." "Huh? Why is this candle still lit? How did the servants in the restaurant take care of you? They even forgot to put out the candle." It was a simple sentence, but it contained a lot of information. Do Ain immediately understood and said, "You had a candlelight dinner for the two of you last night, and you said it had nothing to do with you. Huaining, don't be so humble." Gua Huaining turned on the camera on her phone and video chatted with Do Ain. "See, why would I lie to you?" Thanks to Gua Huaining, this wasn't the first time Do Ain had seen Hua Guanchen's private residence in the West Hills. When she looked at the dining room again, she immediately believed that Gua Huaining wasn't lying. So there were indeed candles of varying heights on the counters around the walls of the dining room. Traces of burning wax could be clearly seen. Do Ain was finally convinced that Gua Huaining had made such substantial progress and wanted to hang up in satisfaction. But Gua Huaining wasn't going to let her off so easily. She turned off the video call and continued talking to Do Ain. "Ain, you managed to get a photo of General Hua even when you were overseas. Your friend is pretty amazing. What does he do? How could it be so coincidental? So coincidental that I thought you were stalking General Hua." Gua Huaining asked this not because she suspected that Do Ain would harm Hua Guanchen, but because she was worried that Do Ain would steal Hua Guanchen from her. Do Ain didn't even understand what Gua Huaining was thinking, so her first reaction was to feel guilty. She chuckled and tried to bluff her way out of this. "Huaining, what are you talking about? Why would I stalk General Hua for no reason? Besides, with his position, do you think anyone can just stalk him and secretly take pictures of him? Not to mention the personal secretaries, security personnel, orderlies, and snipers hiding in the dark. There were also plain-clothed men mixed in with the crowd. With so many people following him and being photographed at such a close distance, these people should all go to hell." Do Ain's photo was taken from a higher floor with a top-of-the-line camera. How else could she have gotten it? Do Ain was proud of herself, but Gua Huaining quickly exposed her. That's right, so someone with status, means, connections, and money must be able to secretly take pictures of him, right? Gua Huaining had studied law for many years and wasn't just for show. Just a few casual words from her were enough to make Do Ain feel like she was exposed. She continued to chuckle. "You know, my friends, their identities are scary to say. My father used to be the prime minister, and my friends are all rich and powerful. What's so strange about running into someone like that in the same jewelry store as General Hua?" Gua Huaining wanted to laugh too. "Yes, when your father was the prime minister, it wasn't strange for you to be friends with the prime minister. But now your father is not only the former prime minister, he's also the former prime minister serving time in prison. How many rich and powerful people would have such a deep friendship with the daughter of the former prime minister if they were out of their minds? Is that so?" Gua Huaining casually hung up and didn't continue the conversation. The more she didn't say anything, the more Do Ain believed it to be true. After the call with Gua Huaining ended, Do Ain looked at her phone and thought for a while before dialing the number of the person she had contacted. Unsurprisingly, it was another voicemail. Do Ain left a voicemail. "Hello, are you sure General Hua bought the ring for Gua Huaining? She's about to get engaged to General Hua Guanchen. What do you plan to do next?" Not long after she left the voicemail, the person called back. There was a hint of joy in his voice. "Really? He really bought it for Gua Huaining? So soon? She's about to get engaged?" "It's not that soon." Do Ain chuckled. "Grandfather Hua has been recovering for a few months, And Gua Huaning herself isn't too bad. She's younger than General Hua by more than 20 years. The old house is on fire, and she can't wait to help. This is the second update of the day. Chapter 2019, The Old House on Fire, 1. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. Mwah, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2031. The voice on the other end paused for a moment, then said in a slightly distorted voice, "Since you're about to get engaged, you should hold on to Gua Huaning tightly." Douai nodded quickly. "I know. If it wasn't for General Hua's lust, we wouldn't have been able to get close to them. As long as you know, keep an eye on Gua Huaning. It's best if she gets pregnant sooner," the person on the other end suggested. Do Ayin raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why does she have to get pregnant sooner? Do you think she'll have a chance of marrying into the Hua family if she doesn't get pregnant? The person on the other end was a little impatient. Do Ayin, don't tell me you don't know the rules of this circle? Do Ayin choked, thinking that this person was really strange. There were some unspoken rules he didn't know, but there were some tacit rules he knew like the back of his hand. However, she didn't have the guts to argue with him. So she immediately said, "Understood, I'll encourage Gua Huaning." "Good, you've done well." The person's voice softened, and he smiled. "I'll give you an extra $100,000 this month as a reward." Do Ayin's heart warmed up when she received a reward of $100,000 a month. She couldn't help but say, "Sir, thank you for taking care of me this year. May I have the honor of treating you to dinner?" "No, you won't have the honor," the person said and quickly hung up. Do Ayin put down her phone angrily and waited for a moment before opening a small app on her phone to find the coordinates of the person she had just spoken to. It didn't work. The person's coordinates were still blank and well hidden. How useless, and they call themselves the king of tracking apps on the dark web. Do Ayin muttered, planning to ask the person for a refund when she had time. She couldn't even find the location of a phone number. What a waste of $1,000. After Gua Huaning ended the call with Do Ayin, she sat restlessly in the West Mountain Villa. She looked at the photo over and over again, liking it more and more. Not only did she like the perfect diamond ring, but she also liked the man holding it. How she wished that she was the diamond ring in that man's hand that he treasured and kept away. She had been waiting for such a person all her life. From then on, she would wash her hands and cook for him. The wind and rain outside would never touch her again. She would no longer have to struggle in society like a tomboy. She just wanted to hide under his wings and no longer have to wander around. After watching for a while, she couldn't sit still anymore. She informed the servants in the villa and drove into the city. Although the Shishan villa was luxurious and had mountains and rivers, to Gua Huaning, she still liked the hustle and bustle of the metropolis. She felt that she could only stay in a place like the West Mountain Villa on weekends at most. Normally, it would be better to stay in the city, especially with Hua Guanchen at the Hua family's mansion in the military compound. She drove to the entrance of the military headquarters to take a look before reluctantly driving to the mall. It was the same mall where Hua Guanchen had bought the ring from. Even though she knew that Hua Guanchen should have left by now, she couldn't help but want to visit the place he had been. Carrying her Hermes platinum bag into the store, she was greeted by a young woman in a white professional suit with a smile. "May I ask what jewelry you are interested in, miss? We mainly sell diamond rings here, but we also have matching necklaces, bracelets, necklaces, and earrings." Gua Huaning was speechless. She just wanted to see it. However, she still sat down where Hua Guanchen had been sitting. She looked down at the display case and pointed at a pear-shaped diamond ring. "Please show me this ring." The shop assistant in the store quickly smiled and said, "Unfortunately, this ring has just been ordered. We are waiting for the main store to send someone to engrave it." Although Gua Huaning wouldn't buy such an expensive diamond ring herself, she had received a large diamond ring from Hong Ziki back then. She knew that if this kind of diamond ring had to be engraved, it would be sent back to their headquarters and then sent back after the engraving was done. She hadn't expected that the diamond ring Hua Guanchen had bought would actually make their headquarters send someone over personally. One had to know that the headquarters of this jewelry store was in France. Gua Huaning couldn't help but ask, "Don't you usually send it back to the headquarters for engraving? Why did your headquarters send someone this time?" "Miss, you are also an expert," the shop assistant complimented, "because this gentleman wanted it in a hurry, and there wouldn't be enough time to send it back. Our headquarters decided to send someone to engrave it." "That's quite an honor." Gua Huaning pursed her lips and chuckled. Her fingers mimicked Hua Guanchen's and gently tapped on the glass of the display case. She asked curiously, "What's engraving?" The shop assistant only smiled and didn't say anything. Gua Huaning knew that this might be a customer's privacy, and most shop assistants wouldn't say anything. However, she also knew that if there was no possibility of it being leaked, most shop assistants wouldn't mind gossiping about the customer. Therefore, Gua Huaning spread her hands and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry about me telling anyone else what you said. I don't know the buyer, so there's no place for me to pass the message." The shop assistant smiled slightly and thought about it for a while before lowering her voice and saying, "Since Miss is so interested, why don't you buy a bracelet? We have this kind of decorative bracelet. It's 18K gold inlaid with diamonds. It's only 30,000 yuan. Gua Huaning felt her heart ache, but she couldn't bear to part with her child. She gritted her teeth and spent 30,000 yuan to buy an extremely short 18K gold and diamond-inlaid bracelet. The diamonds were really broken, and it was almost impossible to tell that they were diamonds. Fortunately, the purity was excellent. Wearing it on her wrist, it was like wearing a string of stars in the night sky. It was beautiful and unique, and there was a large logo for her to show off. After Gua Huaning put it on, she immediately fell in love with the bracelet. The shop assistant completed a transaction, then lowered her voice and said, "I heard that the gentleman bought it as a gift. It must be for his lover." Gua Huaning's heart almost skipped a few beats. It's possible to give it to someone, but how do you know it's for his lover? Wouldn't it be for a relative, wife, or colleague? TSK, if it's for a wife, relative, or colleague, would they ask us to engrave endless on the ring? Love. Endless love? Gua Huaning's eyes flashed. Endless love? Love without end? It's really quite romantic. Of course. The shop assistant joked with Gua Huaning for a while until another customer came in. She only left Gua Huaning to serve other customers. Gua Huaning left the jewelry store with a smile. She was in a particularly good mood the whole day. However, when she returned to the West Mountain Villa, she found that the villa's entrance was heavily guarded. Several military vehicles were parked, and 2 armed guards stood guard in front of the villa's courtyard. Gua Huaning froze, then wondered if Hua Guanchen had come. Although he had never put on such a grand show before, she knew that he deserved to enjoy such an entourage. She quickly walked forward, but when she was about to go in, the guard pointed a gun at her. "Stop." Gua Huaning quickly explained, "I'm the housekeeper here. My name is Gua Huaning. If you don't believe me, you can ask Grandfather Hua and General Hua." The guard put away his gun. "Go in." Gua Huaning breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng coming out of the villa. Hua Xiaoheng's face was expressionless, but Gu Nianji was smiling sweetly and had beautiful eyes. She looked even more beautiful than before. Gua Huaning stopped and stood on the side of the road. She smiled and nodded at Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu, you're here." Gu Nianji didn't even look at her. She held Hua Xiaoheng's arm and said proudly, "This villa is not bad. Is it your father's? Then won't it be yours from now on?" Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "Legally, that's the case, but my father isn't old. If he remarries and has children, they might not be mine." "I see. That's a pity." Gu Nianji glanced at Gua Huaning meaningfully. "I heard that many people are matchmaking for General Hua. Major General Hua, maybe you'll have a little brother or sister soon." The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. "You only know how to talk nonsense." He pulled Gu Nianji into the car, and with the military vehicle surrounding them, they left in a grandiose manner. Gua Huaning's face alternated between red and white as she watched Hua Xiaoheng's motorcade leave. She clenched her fists. What she didn't know was that Gu Nianji was turning her head to look in her direction from the car. She smiled at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "Will this method work?" "This is called adding fuel to the fire. We can wait and see." This is the first update of the day. Chapter 2020, The Old House on Fire 2. It's November. Please give me a guaranteed monthly vote. And recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. At 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. P.S. Recently, I can't guarantee the first update in the morning. I've been working overtime every day. I didn't get home until 10 o'clock tonight. I started writing after dinner. Mwah. Everyone, little angels. Chapter 2032. Gua Huaning's heart was in turmoil. She knew she didn't have an advantage in terms of family background and age, but she had advantages that young women with good family backgrounds didn't have. She was smart, capable, mature, and steady. She would never throw a tantrum at a man. More importantly, Hua Guanchen was greatly indebted to her. This was something that others couldn't even compare to, but she was still a little uneasy, or she had misjudged him. Like Hong Ziki, she had thought he would be a good match for her to marry into a rich family. Gua Huaning waited for Hua Guanchen to return or invite her out to dinner for the next few days. But Hua Guanchen didn't show up. She tried calling him, but only his personal secretary answered. Hua Guanchen was always busy and didn't have time to answer her calls. He didn't call back to ask what she needed. Gua Huaning's heart was in her throat. Do Ayin kept calling to chat with her and find out about the progress between her and Hua Guanchen. Gua Huaning felt bitter, but didn't say it out loud. She just didn't reply and pretended to be mysterious. Only then did she save some face. Hua Guanchen was well aware of all of this. He sat in his office and thought about what the person behind Gua Huaning wanted her to get close to him. Of course, the most important thing was to know who was behind it to confirm their motives. Otherwise, any intentions that were revealed might be fake. Gua Huaning couldn't take it anymore after being ignored for a few days. She finally called Zhang Baochen and asked when he would be free to visit Grandfather Hua. Zhang Baochen used to work with Hua Guanchen to take care of Grandfather Hua in the hospital. Grandfather Hua was discharged and moved to Hua Guanchen's private residence. With Gua Huaning and so many professionals and servants to take care of him, Zhang Baochen was much more relaxed. But he also wanted to visit Grandfather Hua. Zhang Baochen immediately answered Gua Huaning's call. "I'm free today. How's my father today?" Gua Huaning smiled. "He's much better. He doesn't need a wheelchair anymore and can walk around in the backyard." Zhang Baochen smiled. "Then I'll come over in the afternoon. Is it convenient for you?" Of course, of course." Gua Huaning put down the phone and went to inform Grandfather Hua. "Grandfather Hua, Mr. Zhang Baochen is here to see you." "Baochen? That's great. I haven't seen him in a while. Will my grandson and granddaughter come?" Grandfather Hua asked excitedly. The grandchildren he was referring to were Zhang Baochen's son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wena. Gua Huaning smiled and shook her head. "I'm not sure about that. Why don't you ask him when he comes?" Grandfather Hua nodded happily and kept looking out the window, waiting for Zhang Baochen to come. It took Zhang Baochen 2 hours to drive from the city. When she arrived at Hua Guanchen's private residence in the West Mountain Villa, she was drenched in sweat despite the cold weather. Gua Huaning handed him a wet tissue and asked with concern, "Are you cold? Do you want to change your clothes? We have some of General Hua's casual clothes here, not his military uniform." It's okay. Zhang Baochen wiped his face and went to see Grandfather Hua. Since the father and son were going to talk, Gua Huaning couldn't just stand by. By the time Zhang Baochen finished speaking, the sky had already darkened. Zhang Baochen looked out the French windows and said, "It's already so late." Gua Huaning smiled and asked, "Mr. Zhang, would you like to stay for dinner?" "It's okay, I have to go back." Zhang Baochen looked at his watch and chatted with Gua Huaning for a while. Then he suddenly asked, "Has my second brother been here these past few days?" Gua Huaning had been beating around the bush for a long time and was waiting for this question. She immediately frowned and said, "He came often a few days ago to visit Grandfather Hua. We even had dinner together. I don't think he's been here much lately." Zhang Baochen looked at her pitifully and sighed softly. "Miss Gua, actually, being a housekeeper isn't a long-term job. especially for a woman like you. It's such a pity. Gua Huaning's heart beat wildly. She thought that if it wasn't for Hua Guanchen, she wouldn't have come to be a housekeeper. Of course, she couldn't say that. She smiled subtly and said, I've worked for so many years, it's good to take a break. Mr. Hua also helped me a lot, so it's only right that I help him now. Zhang Baochun thought about what grandfather Hua had said and couldn't help hinting, but when my second brother remarries, this place might not need a housekeeper anymore. No matter how calm Gua Huaning was, her expression changed. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? It's Guanchen. Zhang Baochun's eyes widened in shock. You're calling my second brother Guanchen? This was too intimate and made one's imagination run wild. Gua Huaning covered her mouth and laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I misspoke. I wanted to ask if Mr. Hua has found someone to remarry. I'm not sure about that. Zhang Baochun actually really wanted to help Gua Huaning. In his opinion, Gua Huaning marrying Hua Guanchen was much better than Hua Guanchen finding someone else. At least Gua Huaning didn't look down on him and even helped him a lot. Everyone in Hua Guanchen's circle looked down on his family. Zhang Baochun had enough of their picky looks. Zhang Baochun's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled. I heard from my father that my second brother has been busy lately. He's actually busy with matchmaking. Matchmaking? Who are the people he's meeting? Do you know? Gua Huaning forced herself to calm down. She still wanted to find out more information and what was going on. Who else? Isn't it just the daughters of the people from his family? Zhang Baochun snorted. But he's getting on in years. Even though he's in a high position, he can't possibly find unmarried girls. The ones he finds are all divorced or widowed women. Gua Huaning relaxed slightly. Even though she had fiancés before, she had never married. Compared to those people, she had an obvious advantage. But Gua Huaning was confused again after hearing Zhang Baochun's words. Who did Hua Guanchen buy that diamond ring for? Wasn't it for her? But the words endless love were engraved on it. It was an obvious expression of love between a man and a woman. It was too incomprehensible. Zhang Baochun patted her shoulder and said meaningfully, Miss Gua, I actually think more highly of you. Don't be discouraged, you still have a chance. He hinted to Gua Huaning that Hua Guanchen was a filial son. As long as grandfather Hua agreed, Gua Huaning would have no problem marrying him. Gua Huaning was instantly reassured. She had originally started with grandfather Hua to get in touch with someone like Hua Guanchen. As long as she could appease grandfather Hua, it would be much easier for Hua Guanchen. Gua Huaning's face lit up at the thought. On the other side, Do Ayan was also confused when Gua Huaning didn't respond. She called her superior and reported the situation here hesitantly. Her supervisor didn't speak for a long time and only said, I'll ask Big Boss and see if he has any ideas. Do Ayan perked up. She had already guessed that there must be someone behind her supervisor. This is the second update of the day. Chapter 2021, The Old House on Fire, 3. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. Moi, everyone my little angels. Chapter 2033. Unfortunately, Do Ayan didn't have the chance to find out who her boss was. The other party quickly hung up and never called again. Gua Huaning was also nervous for a few days. She found a few reasons to call Hua Guanchen, but couldn't get to him. His personal secretary answered all the calls. He kept telling her that the chief was very busy and asked her to take care of him. He said he would go back to see grandfather Hua once he was done with work. But this was obviously an excuse. Gua Huaning didn't believe a word. She didn't understand why Hua Guanchen didn't take the last step with her, even though he clearly had feelings for her. She regretted not drugging him that night before the candlelight dinner. That kind of opportunity would probably be hard to come by again. Just as she was about to lose hope of finding Hua Guanchen, someone suddenly called her. Miss Gua, I'm Do Ayan's friend. The person got straight to the point. Gua Huaning immediately recognized the voice as the person who called Do Ayan with a voice changer. Although she had only heard it once, the voice was too special. She had a good memory, so she remembered it well. Although she recognized it, she knew she couldn't reveal it. So she pretended not to know and said dryly, Hello, May I ask who you are? I haven't been in contact with Ian for a while. The person on the other end seemed to laugh. She could tell it was an older man. Although he used a voice changer, it was difficult to change the basic sound quality. If Gua Huaning had the software to analyze sound frequency, she could even restore the original sound of the voice changer. Of course, Gua Huaning didn't care if the person was a man or a woman. She only wanted him to help her achieve her wish. The person seemed to be satisfied with her reaction and said politely, "I'm Do, Ian's friend. You can call me Uncle Dong." Gua Huaning was speechless. She wasn't used to calling strangers uncle. She held the phone and said vaguely, "Mr. Dong, what can I do for you? I heard from Ian that you and General Hua are getting close." He really touched a sore spot. Gua Huaning's expression darkened. "Are you making fun of me? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Don't be in such a hurry." The man smiled confidently. "Don't you understand the saying, an impatient person can't eat hot porridge?" Gua Huaning choked at his words and braced herself to say, "How am I impatient? If you have something to say, just say it. Who would know what you mean by beating around the bush?" "All right, I'm only helping you out of kindness for Ian's sake." Gua Huaning held her arm and said indifferently, "You won't help me for free. Do you think I'm a child who doesn't know anything?" "Yes, we are businessmen. Of course we want to make money. If you can marry General Hua, of course, we will need your help in the future." Hearing that the other party wanted money, Gua Huaning put down her arm and relaxed. She sat on the sofa and curled up the corner of her mouth. "You need to connect to heaven and earth to do business." "What kind of business are you doing?" The other party also laughed. Miss Gua is an understanding person and also a smart person. A business that needs to connect to heaven and earth is obviously not a normal business. And this kind of business is also very profitable. "I can't guarantee that." Gua Huaning smiled faintly. "If it affects Guanchen's career, I'd be crazy to help you." Why would she trade Hua Guanchen's career? Then why did she go through so much trouble to marry him? To be a commoner with him? The other party hurriedly explained, "Miss Gua, don't worry. We will never do anything illegal. In fact, it's very easy for us to help you. It doesn't take us much effort." "Oh, then how are you going to help me?" Gua Huaning asked tentatively. "Let me make this clear. I have no money, no job, and no status right now. I can't help you with anything." "Miss Gua, you're too humble. With your influence, can't you just give General Hua some pillow talk in the future?" The other party's words were already quite explicit. However, Gua Huaning found it very appealing and her smile widened. "You must be joking. Guanchen isn't that kind of person." The other party saw that Gua Huaning was very familiar with Hua Guanchen, and from the conversation they overheard, they confirmed that Gua Huaning was indeed one step away. "How about this? Are you free now? Come to the second floor of Yuan AI restaurant. It's convenient for me and for others." That person sent an address to Gua Huaning. Gua Huaning looked at it. The address was a restaurant near the Institute of High Energy Physics in the 4th Ring Road called Yuan AI. "Okay, I'll be right there." Gua Huaning was here. Hua Guanchen had a car in his private residence in the West Mountain Villa that Hua Guanchen had given to her. She got into the car with the keys and arrived at the entrance of Yuan AI restaurant near the Institute of High Energy Physics in 20 minutes. The waiter at the door brought her to the second floor. Gua Huaning had never been to this restaurant before. She thought that the second floor was all private rooms. However, when she went upstairs, she realized that it was still an open hall. However, compared to the hall downstairs, there were many more screens and greenery, dividing the entire second floor into separate areas. It looked like a private room, but it was more open than a private room, and there was enough privacy between each area. The only drawback was the slightly poor soundproofing. Gua Huaning glanced at the Nordic-style dining tables and chairs. She was very surprised that there was such an elegant and interesting restaurant in this place. She followed the waiter all the way. Bypassing the path led by the green vines, she saw an eye-catching man and woman sitting near the window not far away. The man was elegant and handsome, and the woman in front of him was mature and beautiful. They were a strange match. A mother and son sat in front of them on the left. The child was only 4 or 5 years old, but he was sitting in his high chair obediently. He wasn't shouting like other children. The child's mother was elegant and gentle. She was wiping the child's hands with a wet tissue. Gua Huaining looked away and looked to her right, which was hidden by the vines and screens. Although it was only a glimpse, Gua Huaining suddenly stopped in her tracks. Who did she see? She actually saw Hua Guanxin. What was he doing here at this time of day? Gua Huaining had just called Hua Guanxin in the morning and was told by his personal secretary that Hua Guanxin would be in meetings all day. Was this a meeting? Why would he come to such a high-end restaurant for a meeting? Gua Huaining gripped the handle of her Hermes platinum bag tightly. The veins on the back of her hand were bulging. However, she didn't act impulsively. She patiently followed the waiter in another direction. After walking around a few more times, she was finally led by the waiter to a cubicle. In a cubicle, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s was watching a live broadcast on an iPad. Seeing that she had arrived, he quickly looked up and stood up to extend his hand with a smile. "Miss Gua, I'm Uncle Dong." This person's voice was exactly the same as the one she had heard on the phone. Gua Huaining awkwardly reached out and shook the man's hand. It was a real voice. She thought that he had used a voice changer. Although it sounded a little strange, Gua Huaining remembered that some people's voices were different from others, so she understood. She had once heard a singer sing. If one only listened to the voice without looking at the face, everyone would think that the singer was a woman. In fact, he was 100% male. Nature's uncanny workmanship was sometimes amazing. "Hello, Uncle Dong." Gua Huaining sat down opposite him. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the iPad next to the man's hand, and her expression changed slightly. She had originally thought that the man was watching a live broadcast, but now that she saw the content on the iPad screen clearly, she realized that it wasn't a normal live broadcast. It was the layout of the restaurant. The man saw that Gua Huaining had already sensed that something was different. He pursed his lips into a smile and handed an earphone to her. "Put on." Gua Huaining took the earphone suspiciously and listened to it with the man on the other earphone. She didn't hesitate and leaned over to look at the iPad next to the man. The image on the iPad wasn't very clear. It was like the image quality of a low-resolution surveillance camera. However, the voice was very clear. Gua Huaining could clearly hear that it was Hua Guanxin's voice coming from the earphone. On the iPad, Hua Guanxin and a woman were sitting opposite each other. There were only 4 dishes in front of them. Gua Huaining looked at Uncle Dong in surprise. Uncle Dong smiled and said, "I'm the owner of this restaurant." No wonder he could watch the surveillance directly. Gua Huaining breathed a sigh of relief and ignored the man. She held her breath as she looked at the iPad and listened to the conversation coming from it. After listening for a long time, she finally understood that Hua Guanxin was going on a blind date. She had heard Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Ninji mention it before, so she thought they were deliberately trying to hurt her. She hadn't expected it to be true. Hua Guanxin wasn't wearing his military uniform at the moment. Instead, he was wearing a gray striped shirt and a pair of black slim-fit trousers. He held a cigarette in his hand and sat in his seat like a gentleman. He looked at the woman in front of him with a half-smile. The woman in front of him wasn't young, but she wasn't very old either. Gua Huaining guessed that she was around 40 years old. Compared to Hua Guanxin's age, she was young. However, compared to Gua Huaining, she was too old. Gua Huaining pouted in disdain. However, the woman was quite pretty. She could tell that she was from a good family and had a good upbringing. She spoke softly and looked at Hua Guanxin. Although she was being reserved, they were both women. How could Gua Huaining not see her feelings for Hua Guanxin? Through the earpiece, the woman said gently, "General Hua, I was divorced once, but I don't have children. I don't know if you still want children." Hua Guanxin interrupted her politely. "Madame Liu, I don't need children at my age." "Oh, really?" Madame Liu seemed surprised and happy. "I didn't believe it when my father told me." Hua Guanxin's face showed a trace of pity and pity. He put out the cigarette in the ashtray inside. "Your father, Department Head Liu, has worked with me for many years. I won't hide it from you. I already have someone in my heart." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2022, The Old House Caught Fire for It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets for Monday. There were 2 updates today. 8 p.m. on the second update. P.S. I had a fever yesterday. I worked overtime in the afternoon and fell asleep as soon as I got home. I slept all the way until this afternoon. I've been seriously lacking sleep lately. I'll be fine once I get through this half a month. Mwah, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2034. The smile on Madame Lu's face froze. She didn't know how to respond for a long time. He didn't seem to be a smooth talker either. Gua Huaining sighed softly. She knew that anyone who could win Hua Guanshan's heart was never an ordinary person. After a while, she heard Madame Lu stutter. There's someone? Then why did you come to see me? Hua Guanshan smiled and said, Director Lu, it would be impolite to refuse. It was this look of knowing everything about women that struck a chord in some people's hearts. Madame Lu closed her eyes and asked, Can I ask, who is the person in your heart? Hua Guanshan sighed softly, seeming to find this question difficult to answer. Gua Huaining also felt that Madame Lu was asking too much. Why would she tell you the person in her heart? As expected, Hua Guanshan didn't answer her directly. Instead, he picked up the menu and said, What else would you like to eat? This was almost no different from a tactful rejection. Madame Lu seemed to be embarrassed. After a while, she stood up and said, I'm full. Thank you, General Hua. I'll be leaving now. With that, she hurriedly left the booth where they were eating. Hua Guanshan sat alone for a while, then took out a ring box with Tiffany's logo from his pocket. The box was turquoise, but seemed to be old and didn't shine as well. He opened the ring box and was lost in thought as he looked inside. Gua Huaining took a closer look. This ring box wasn't the new box she had seen before, and the diamond ring inside wasn't the huge pear-shaped diamond ring she had seen before. Instead, it was a smaller, 6-clawed diamond ring from Tiffany's Classic. The stone on the ring was still the same size, but the inlay was more elegant and exquisite. It was as if it had been baptized by time and lost the impetuous nature of the diamond. Gua Huaining's heart was beating rapidly. Deep in her heart, she still felt a sense of unreality. Who was the person in Hua Guanshan's heart? She was just about to take off her headphones when she saw someone else coming. This time, the waiter brought a beautiful, elegant woman to the booth where Hua Guanshan was. Although the quality of the surveillance video displayed on the iPad was very low, Gua Huaining could still see that the woman was too beautiful to be a real person. She was wearing a light blue, round-neck cashmere sweater, beige wool pants, and a spoiled white coat on the outside. It was obvious that he had just come out of the hospital or the laboratory. But as soon as she came in, everyone's eyes followed her. In front of this woman, the beautiful woman opposite the handsome man at the door could only be regarded as child's play. Beauty also had to be compared. When an ordinary beauty stood in front of a truly beautiful person, the comparison would be even more tragic than an ordinary person. Gua Huaining stared at the woman for a long time until Hua Guanshan asked in a gentle tone she had never heard before, Jinning, have you had lunch? The soup here is very good. Gua Huaining finally realized that this woman was Hua Guanshan's ex-wife, Song Jinning. Weren't they already divorced? Why did they have to pull each other? Panic rose in Gua Huaining's heart. It was as if someone had suddenly smashed her from a beautiful dream with a sledgehammer, and that Song Jinning was the person holding the sledgehammer. Before she had seen Song Jinning, she could still comfort herself. She thought that a woman about Hua Guanshan's age and was already in her early 50s, how beautiful could she be? But now that she saw Song Jinning, she realized that there was actually someone who took such good care of herself. People would even believe that she was in her early 30s. She looked even younger than Gua Huaining, who was in her early 30s, not to mention her beautiful appearance. Gua Huaining had previously thought that in Hua Guanshan's heart, she was still considered young and beautiful, but now she realized that not only was she not beautiful, but even young, she only had the advantage of numbers. In terms of appearance, no one would think that Song Jinning was older than her. But why was Hua Guanshan so good to her? So good that she almost had inappropriate thoughts. Gua Huaining was embarrassed and angry and almost stormed out. Uncle Dong, who was sitting next to her, was not focused on the iPad video like Gua Huaining, but carefully scrutinized Gua Huaining's expression. He saw that her expression was getting uglier, and the anger in her eyes was difficult to hide, so he nodded slightly. A woman who was brainless in love would only ruin things. Only when she saw the cruel truth would she be truly useful to them. Uncle Dong didn't believe a word of what Douyin had said. From a man's perspective, he didn't think that someone like Hua Guanchen would be interested in Gua Huaining. Even if the old house was on fire, with Hua Guanchen's status and charisma, he could even choose any young girl in his circle. Why would he be interested in Gua Huaining? But Hua Guanchen's care and tenderness towards Gua Huaining didn't seem fake. This didn't match their judgment, so they were also very confused and didn't know what was going on. So in the end, they decided to come see for themselves and assess the possibility of Gua Huaining being the one. Today was a great opportunity. They actually discovered that Hua Guanchen was not only meeting with his blind date, but also meeting Song Jining. Now Song Jining was simply sitting in front of Hua Guanchen, and Gua Huaining was already completely defeated. She looked at the iPad with an unreadable expression and found that the pixels on the monitor had unknowingly become clearer. It was no longer the extremely low resolution from before, but now so clear that even Song Jining's long eyelashes could be seen clearly. At this time, Song Jining's gentle and beautiful voice came through the earpiece. Although she no longer had any emotions, a beautiful voice sounded good even when scolding people. Moreover, with Song Jining's upbringing, it was impossible for her to curse in public. General Hua, you said you wanted to see me about Xiaoheng? Song Jining's expression was calm. Can't you just say it over the phone? Hua Guanchen rubbed his temples and pushed the ring box in his hand towards her. Your birthday is in 2 days. I think you've already made plans with someone, so I won't be part of it. This is an early birthday present for you. Song Jining didn't even look at it and pushed it back. It's okay. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. We're not even friends anymore, so I can't accept your birthday present. Hua Guanchen smiled bitterly. Jining, do you really have to be so heartless? We have a son. How can you say we have nothing to do with each other? Don't tell me you and I didn't even know each other at Xiaoheng's wedding? Song Jining glanced at him. Are you here to talk to me about Xiaoheng's wedding? Although it wasn't, it seemed that if he said no, Song Jining would immediately get up and leave. After being married for so many years, he knew her too well. Hua Guanchen could only nod and say, Xiaoheng and Nianji have been engaged for more than a year, so it's time for the wedding to be prepared. I don't know if you know, but the Russian president, Mr. Putin, also said that he would attend the wedding and want to be a witness. This isn't a normal diplomatic occasion, so we need to plan it early. Song Jining's expression softened and she said, Then we need to plan it well. What do you need me to do? Hua Guanchen flipped the ring box around in his hand. In the end, he pushed the turquoise ring box over and said, This was left behind by my mother. It was supposed to be given to my eldest brother for him to give to his wife. But you know about his situation. He didn't want it. Before my mother passed away, she gave it to me. You can give it to Nianji. This was today's second update. Chapter 2023, The Old House is on Fire 5. It was November, so I was begging everyone for a guaranteed monthly vote. And recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2035. Song Jining snorted and didn't take the ring box. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, Since old Madame Xie gave the ring to you, then it's yours. I'm divorcing you, so you don't have to give it to me anymore. Hua Guanchen also smiled and said, I originally wanted to give it to sister-in-law, but then something happened. Big brother disappeared, and you got sick, so I didn't give it to anyone. Yes. Song Jining took the menu from the waiter and looked through it. She ordered a plate of fried rice and a glass of juice. I'm in a hurry. Please hurry up. She didn't ask Lu Yuan to bring her food today because she had an appointment with Hua Guanchen in advance. Since he was at the restaurant, it would be a waste not to eat. There was no need for Lu Yuan to make a wasted trip. Hua Guanchen didn't continue speaking. He watched Song Jining finish eating before saying, You should keep it. Mother will be happy to see Xiaoheng's wife wear it. Song Jining was moved by Hua Guanqin's words. She sighed and said, "To be honest, you and I have let Xiaoheng down." Xiaoheng was brought up by old Madame Xie, but unfortunately, old Madame Xie has never enjoyed the happiness of a grandson. At that time, both husband and wife focused on their careers. Needless to say, Song Jining plunged into the laboratory and worked day and night with her father, Song Haichuan, to conduct experiments in cooperation with the military. Because Hua Guanqin married Song Jining, he was afraid that Song Jining would regret it one day, so he was also working hard to get a promotion. However, in times of peace, it was not so easy to rise in the army. Therefore, he had to put in more time and energy. Moreover, his target was the big brother that he had admired since he was young. However, before he could achieve his goal, his eldest brother and his wife met with an accident at the same time. Hua Guanqin's expression didn't change much as he thought about what had happened 18 years ago, but his heart was in turmoil. His smile faded, and he suddenly asked Song Jining, "How much do you remember about the experiment accident 18 years ago?" Song Jining was startled. She put down the tissue and frowned. "Are you sure you want to talk about the experiment from back then in this place?" Hua Guanqin took out another cigarette and lit it between his fingers. He did not smoke it. Song Jining frowned and pointed at the cigarette in his hand. "Don't smoke in public." Hua Guanqin glanced at her. Although it wasn't forbidden to smoke indoors, he still listened to her and put out the cigarette in his hand. Song Jining felt that Hua Guanqin's attitude was a little strange. Although it was no different from usual, she could feel it. This feeling was based on the tacit understanding between the two of them as lovers and husband and wife. Only those who have truly loved can understand it. Although she no longer loved him, this intuition was still there. No one knew what Hua Guanqin was thinking, but he continued talking. "I know that experiments are risky, especially collaborating with the military. But I find it strange. You and my father-in-law were both top high-energy physicists. Would you really make such a mistake?" She looked at Hua Guanqin for a long time. "What's wrong with you? It's been so long, I don't remember." Hua Guanqin nodded and stood up. "Then let's talk in a car." He gestured for the waiter to pay the bill. The waiter quickly brought the bill over. After paying the bill, he and Song Jining walked out one after the other. Gua Huaining, who was eavesdropping from a nearby cubicle, was stunned. Uncle Dong's eyes flickered. "Sit here for a while. I'll go out for a bit." After Uncle Dong left, Gua Huaining sat alone in the cubicle. Her emotions were extremely conflicted. From the way Hua Guanqin was talking to Song Jining just now, it was obvious that he still had feelings for her. It was just that Song Jining didn't have feelings for him anymore. But since they didn't have feelings for each other and were divorced, why was he using his son's name to continue hooking up? Gua Huaining's face flushed and paled. She didn't hate Hua Guanqin, but she hated Song Jining to the core. She hated her even more than Gun Yinji. Actually, she knew that she was the one who started the conflict with Gun Yinji. It wasn't Gun Yinji's fault, but Song Jining was the real culprit who ruined her future. Uncle Dong hurriedly left the second floor of the restaurant and went to a room on the third floor. Soon, he turned on a device that could receive sound waves. Hua Guanqin's car was parked in the restaurant's parking lot. There was a small transmitter under every parking space in a parking lot. The transmitter could amplify sound waves. As long as there was a suitable device and it was tuned to a fixed frequency, it could be monitored from a distance. At that moment, Hua Guanqin and Song Jining were talking in the car. Hua Guanqin's personal secretary and guards all got out of the car and stood guard around the area. Hua Guanqin was silent for a while in the car. "Jining, tell me honestly, did the experiment fail 18 years ago because of an error in your experiment, or did someone deliberately cause it to go wrong? If it was a natural error in the experiment, then it was a normal price to pay for climbing to the peak of science. But if someone caused their experiment to go wrong, then it was deliberate sabotage. It was a major criminal case that was premeditated and organized." Song Jining was shocked. "General Hua, why are you saying this? Didn't we already find out the cause of the experiment accident? We researched high-energy magnetic fields. Because this field was too advanced, we didn't have a deep enough understanding of many aspects. Therefore, when we increased the frequency of the magnetic field step by step, it exceeded the limits of what our equipment could handle, which led to the explosion. Song Jining was very patient when it came to her profession. She patiently explained to Hua Guanxin, "I also hoped that someone deliberately sabotaged it. But all the signs show that we really were too eager to make a breakthrough at the time, which led to a huge mistake." "Really?" Hua Guanxin asked slowly. "Jining, do you know? For the past 18 years, I've never given up on investigating the truth behind the failure of the experiment." Song Jining was speechless. She smirked. "Did you manage to find out anything?" Hua Guanxin shook his head. "Nothing." Song Jining nodded. "As far as I know, the military also evaluated the experiment in many aspects. It proved that it was indeed because we had underestimated the high-energy magnetic field data and energy that caused the abnormal explosion. This kind of explosion was similar to the big explosion in the Tunguska region of Siberia in Russia. Of course, the yield was not as large. And now, 18 years later, our understanding of high-energy magnetic fields has become more complete. We've already published several high-quality papers in cutting-edge science, proving how the mistake was made." Song Jining glanced at Hua Guanxin. "You don't have to waste time." She pushed the car door open. "I'm going back to the institute." Hua Guanxin walked her out of the car. As he adjusted the collar of her coat, he made a final struggle. "Go back. Your birthday is in 2 days. Are you really not going to invite me to your birthday party?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2024, The Old House on Fire 6. It was November. "Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets." And recommendation tickets. There were 2 updates today. 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2036. Song Jining quickly took a step back and swatted Hua Guanxin's hand away. She said unhappily, "Speak properly and don't touch me. I've already said that you don't have to come to my birthday." With that, he turned around and left. Hua Guanxin stood in the parking lot and stared in the direction Song Jining had disappeared for a while before getting into his car and leaving. Their car left the restaurant's parking lot and passed by the Institute of High-Energy Physics where Song Jining was. Hua Guanxin ordered his men to stop in front of the Institute of High-Energy Physics. He looked through the car window for a while and asked his men to confirm if Song Jining had returned to the Institute. In just a short while, Hua Guanxin actually saw Lu Yuan get out of the car and head towards the Institute of High-Energy Physics. This was not the first time he had seen Lu Yuan go to the Institute of High-Energy Physics. Now that he had seen him again, he frowned slightly and said to his personal secretary, "Go and find out who Director Song has been close to recently." The personal secretary agreed and immediately sent someone to investigate the matter after he returned. Song Jining's actions in the Institute of High-Energy Physics were above board. In addition to attending classes, she also conducted experiments and held meetings to discuss the progress of the experiments. Therefore, Hua Guanxin's personal secretary easily found out that Lu Yuan came to deliver food to Song Jining almost every day. Every day! Hua Guanxin looked at his personal secretary in shock. "Are you sure? Doesn't he do anything else?" "It's just a lunch." Director Song went home for dinner. The personal secretary continued, not daring to look up at Hua Guanxin's expression. Hua Guanxin clenched his fists and pursed his lips. After a while, he waved his hand. "Got it. You can go now." After the personal secretary left, Hua Guanxin sat alone in his office for a long time. He only snapped out of his daze when his internal line suddenly rang after the sky turned dark. He reached out to take the phone and said hello. The operator quickly said, "Sir, it's Miss Gua. Do you want to answer it?" Hua Guanxin collected his thoughts. Seeing that it was about time, he said, "Connected." After a few days, Gua Huaning finally spoke to Hua Guanxin again. Gua Huaning had mixed feelings. She held her phone and stood by the window of the room in the West Mountain Villa. She looked at the dark night outside the window, but her voice was as crisp as usual. "General Hua, have you finished your work? I don't want to interrupt your work." Hua Guanxin lit a cigarette, took a drag, and blew out smoke rings. He smiled faintly and said, "I just finished work. I've been really busy lately. What's the matter, Miss Gua? Gua Huaning hurriedly said, if you're very busy, I can wait until you have time to call. She wanted to hang up, but Hua Guanchen chuckled. His voice deepened as he said, it's okay. I'll take care of your matters no matter how busy I am. Go ahead, don't stand on ceremony. Gua Huaning's heart, which was already dead, slowly came back to life. She hesitated for a moment and said decisively, it's like this. Grandfather Hua has been recovering well recently. He doesn't want to sit in a wheelchair anymore. He wants to get up and walk around by himself. I'd like to ask your opinion. What did my father's specialist physiotherapist say? Hua Guanchen's first reaction was to ask for the specialist's opinion. Gua Huaning frowned. The doctor said it depends on the situation. He also said that Grandfather Hua's condition can be tried, but because he's old, his condition may be a little worse than a young man's. That would depend on the family's decision. If there was a problem, don't blame it on the doctor. Hua Guanchen also understood. His eyes sparkled as he said, Miss Gua, thank you for your concern. I'm free now. I'll go back there later to take a look. Gua Huaning was ecstatic, but she remained calm on the surface. Sure, no problem. She asked again, have you had dinner? Do you want me to prepare dinner for you? Hua Guanchen hadn't had dinner, so he didn't refuse. Whatever. I'll eat whatever you guys eat. Gua Huaning smiled. How can that be? But the chef here also knows your taste. I'll ask him to prepare a few of your favorite home-cooked dishes for you. Okay, you decide. Hua Guanchen hung up the phone and rubbed his temples. He got up to put on his military uniform and hat. He left his office and went to the private residence in the West Mountain Villa. Gua Huaning waited at the entrance of the villa. She saw a string of headlights winding their way on the mountain road not far away. A smile that even she didn't know existed appeared on her face. Hua Guanchen got out of the car and saw Gua Huaning standing at the entrance of the villa's courtyard. The late autumn nights in the imperial capital were already very cold. What's more, they were on the mountain, so it was even colder than in the city. However, Gua Huaning didn't even wear a down jacket. She was only wearing casual clothes and a golden and black shawl with a Persian dahlia pattern draped over her shoulders. It made her tall and thin body look even more pitiful under the night wind. Hua Guanchen walked over and reached out to put the shawl on her shoulders. He said gently, it's cold. Why don't you wear more? Gua Huaning tilted her head to look at him and smiled sweetly at her most beautiful angle, revealing a mouthful of white and neat teeth. I was in a hurry to pick up the chief, so I forgot to wear a coat. Hua Guanchen laughed and patted her shoulder. Naughty. He added, you don't have to be so polite between us. Gua Huaning smiled and nodded. Then I'll call you Mr. Hua. Hua Guanchen didn't refuse. He slowed down to match Gua Huaning's pace and asked, where's my father? How has he been recently? Grandfather Hua is doing well, but he just misses his family a little. Gua Huaning said tactfully, but Mr. Zhang and the others are too embarrassed to come here often, so they only call and video call. At this point, Gua Huaning's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that when she first came here, even the cell phone signal was blocked, let alone video calls. She couldn't make any calls and could only use the landline. Now, she could use her cell phone and even video call. She turned to stare at Hua Guanchen and couldn't help but ask. Hua Guanchen smiled and said, in the beginning, I did have very strict security measures here, but it's no longer necessary. Huaning, you're not an outsider, and my father also needs to interact with people. Otherwise, the old man will be depressed if he stays at home alone, and his health won't be good. He actually said that she wasn't an outsider and also called her Huaning. Gua Huaning's eyes suddenly lit up. She hid the excitement in her heart and became more and more calm and natural. Mr. Hua trusts me so much, so I naturally won't let Mr. Hua down. I trust Huaning to do things. Hua Guanchen said as he went to see Grandfather Hua with Gua Huaning. Grandfather Hua sat on the sofa in his room with his back facing the door. He was video calling Zhang Baochen's family. The room was filled with laughter and joy. It was indeed a happy family. Hua Guanchen looked at the door for a while and stopped Gua Huaning from greeting him. He gestured and quietly left the door of Grandfather Hua's room. Gua Huining followed Hua Guanchen to the dining room and said apologetically, "Please wait for a while. Grandfather Hua will come and talk to you when a video call ends." Hua Guanchen didn't comment. He shrugged and said indifferently, "I know, but I'm hungry. Can we have dinner?" "Of course." Gua Huining quickly waved for someone to come over and serve the two of them. After dinner, Grandfather Hui still hadn't ended the video call. Hua Guanchen held the tea Gua Huining made for him and sat in his study on the second floor near the window. He quietly drank his tea. Gua Huining sat across from him and looked at the small gift Hua Guanchen placed next to her hand. Although it wasn't the ring box she had been longing for, she was still surprised to see the same earrings as the one Hua Guanchen had bought. Caressing the exquisite jewelry box, Gua Huining asked anxiously, "Mr. Hua, why are you so nice to me?" Hua Guanchen's face was hidden in the shadows next to the curtains, so she couldn't see his expression clearly. However, Gua Huining knew that Hua Guanchen must be looking at her intently because she could feel the heat of his gaze. It almost made her face heat up immediately. Hua Guanchen looked at her for a while and suddenly said with confusion, "Maybe it's because your name is also Aning?" Gua Huining's heart immediately beat wildly. The soft and thin Zitu shawl on her shoulders seemed to transform into thousands of Tibetan antelopes, running under the pure blue crystal sky of Tibet. But soon, her face turned pale again. So she was just a substitute? Or was it because of the name? She was unwilling and struggling. But at this point, she knew that it was a great honor for her to be used as Song Jinning's substitute. That woman was so powerful and beautiful that she almost couldn't be jealous. This is the second update of the day. Chapter 2025, The Old House on Fire 7. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly votes. And recommendation votes. Moi, everyone little angels. Chapter 2037. Gua Huining took a deep breath to calm her racing heart and said with a smile, "Remember that the green silk skirt is full of love for other women. Mr. Hua is also a sentimental person." She managed to resolve the awkwardness so quickly and even compliment Hua Guanchen without leaving a trace. Hua Guanchen was surprised by her quick wit. He turned to look at Gua Huining's face for a moment and suddenly said in a low voice, "Aning, can I call you Aning from now on?" Gua Huining nodded quickly and said politely, "Of course, it would be my honor." Of course, it was her honor to be mentioned in the same breath as an absolute beauty like Song Jinning. Hua Guanchen nodded slightly and said, "I have an urgent mission to do, so I'm quite busy. I won't be able to visit you and my father for now. Don't worry. Help me take care of my father, and I won't mistreat you." His words were close to entrusting and confiding. Gua Huining's face flushed red, and she couldn't speak. She really didn't expect there would be a day when things would turn around. She had almost given up. She still couldn't get over the scene she saw at Yuan AI restaurant. It was clear that sometimes what people saw with their eyes might not be the same as the real world. Not long after Hua Guanchen left, Gua Huining received a call from Do Ayan. Her voice came from the phone, shrill and piercing, but Gua Huining was in a good mood and didn't mind at all. She sat leisurely next to the fireplace in the small reception room downstairs of the West Mountain Villa. She reclined on the chaise lounge with a siège-toucher blanket on her lap. She flipped through a magazine from a famous international brand and said with a smile, "Ayan, when are you coming back to China?" Do Ayan's eyes widened. "Huining, what's going on between you and General Hua?" "Well, I don't know." Gua Huining giggled, "But General Hua calls me Aning now." "What? You even changed the way you call him?" Do Ayan screamed. "Did you really take General Hua down?" Gua Huining flipped a page nonchalantly and smiled. "All you know is to take him down. Mr. Hua is a friend, not an enemy. Why would you take him down?" TSK, TSK. It's really different now. As Do Ayan spoke, she chatted with Gua Huining for a while and even video called Gua Huining. She finally saw the latest pair of diamond earrings from a famous jewelry brand. Although it was just an earring, it was still 2 carats. It shone brightly on her ears, making her earlobes look like round and shining full moons. It raised Gua Huaning's 7 points of talent to 9 points. Coupled with her calm and elegant temperament, she had indeed been reborn. Do Ayan was so envious and jealous that she almost lost control of her expression and tone. She quickly turned off the video call and hung up. After the call with Gua Huaning, Do Ayan walked around her relative's room in the United States for a while before calling her boss. Gua Huaning is really serious this time. Have you told Big Boss? On the other side, her online commenter said in confusion, "Really? Will they get engaged?" Do Ayan, she hadn't thought about it at all. To her, having sex meant that they were in a relationship. Getting engaged or getting married wasn't as real as having sex. But the worst thing Gua Huaning could do right now was not having sex with Huo Guanchen. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully and said, "Why don't we create an opportunity for them, as long as the rice is cooked?" On the other side, her online commenter snickered. "What's done is done. Miss Do Ayan, are you living the 17th or 18th century? It's no longer the era where sex can determine a lifetime commitment. Then how do we know if it's real or not?" Do Ayan was embarrassed into anger. Even if they're engaged, they can still break off the engagement. Even if they're married, they can still get a divorce. There's no such thing as forever in this day and age. The other party laughed for a while and nodded in agreement with Do Ayan's point. Yes, but Gua Huaning has to have something to prove, otherwise who knows if it's real or not. She's been living at General Hua's house for so long. How can she not have something to prove? Do Ayan said unhappily. "Just tell me, what do you want her to do?" They had spent so much effort to get close to Gua Huaning because they wanted the Hong Corporation to get listed so they could make a fortune. But now, was it because of Huo Guanchen? Do Ayan was a little nervous. Gua Huaning had no power or influence and could be easily manipulated by them. But Huo Guanchen had the backing of the powerful military. How could they rely on Gua Huaning to build a relationship with someone like that? The other party paused at her question. After a while, she smiled and said, "We're all businessmen. Of course we want to build a relationship with General Hua for money." Do Ayan was speechless. "The Carlyle Corporation's headquarters is overseas. Are you sure you want to use Gua Huaning to build a relationship with General Hua?" "Ha ha ha, just wait and see." Her online commenter was quite sly. She actually beat around the bush at the last moment and didn't continue. 2 days later, the weather became even colder. Gua Huaning asked the kitchen to boil mutton soup with green and red carrots to nourish the body. This mutton was a year-old lamb. It was tender and fragrant and had very little odor. Stewing it with carrots was a good thing to nourish the blood and qi in winter. Carrots were also known as little ginseng and complemented the mutton well. One whiff was enough to make one's mouth water. She had been busy all day and had dinner with Grandfather Hua at noon. Grandfather Hua returned to his room to video chat with Zhang Baochen's family, leaving Gua Huaning to play with her phone by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. She had been hesitating about whether or not to contact Huo Guanchen regularly. Although she knew Huo Guanchen was very busy, no matter how busy he was, he should still have time to send a reply, right? He didn't need to type a lot. He could just send an emoji. The more Gua Huaning thought about it, the more tempted she became. She couldn't help but send Huo Guanchen a few text messages, but he didn't reply. She waited all afternoon, but there was still no reply. She became very depressed, but still forced herself to take care of Grandfather Hua for dinner. After handing him over to the rehabilitation nurse and doctor, she returned to her room on the second floor. Lazily leaning against the edge of the bed, she rubbed her phone and couldn't help but send Huo Guanchen another text. At this moment, the other party replied instantly, "I'm still in a meeting. Rest early." Gua Huaning suddenly sat up straight and looked at the reply on her phone in surprise. She looked at the 3 words Mr. Hua again and again, and her mood improved tremendously. The heater wasn't turned on in the room, but she didn't feel cold. There was still a fire burning in her heart, burning from the inside out. Just as she was about to dance with joy, her phone suddenly rang. Someone had sent her a photo. Gua Huaning opened the photo curiously to look at the larger picture. It was obviously a photo taken secretly. She was in a very romantic restaurant. Under the twinkling candlelight, Song Jining was smiling like a blooming peony. She was stunningly beautiful. The man sitting opposite her was wearing a three-piece suit, and his back was facing the direction of the camera. Although Gua Huaining couldn't see who the man was, her heart froze when she saw his back. She would recognize this back, even if it turned into ashes. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. He said he was in a meeting, but it turned out that he was meeting a beauty in private. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 2026, The Old House on Fire, 8. It's November. Please give me your guaranteed monthly tickets. And recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. At 8:30 p.m. The next update. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2038. At this moment, Lu Yuan was sitting opposite Song Jining and telling her about his experiences over the years. Song Jining was actually very curious about what Lu Yuan had done in the other world for the past 18 years, but she had never asked, because this was Lu Yuan's privacy. If he didn't take the initiative to tell her, she wouldn't ask. But now that Lu Yuan was talking about it without holding back, Song Jining was very happy to hear it. So, you met Professor Lu the moment you went? Song Jining asked very implicitly. Neither of them mentioned where Lu Yuan had gone. There was a tacit understanding between them. Therefore, it didn't matter if they were eavesdropped on when they said this. When no one mentioned the words otherworld, even if they were eavesdropped, the other party would only think that this was about Lu Yuan's experience abroad. Now, many people knew that the 2 brothers, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, had come back from abroad. However, very few people understood that this other world was not the other world. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Yes, I was quite lucky. I met Professor Lu the moment I went. He was also very young at that time, and his mind was full of wonderful ideas. What was even more frightening was that he had the ability to turn these wonderful ideas into reality. Professor Lu is indeed very powerful. Song Jining praised Lu Jin sincerely. I've only worked with him for a month, but I've learned a lot from him. You're not bad either. Professor Lu rarely praises people, but sometimes he still reluctantly praises you. Lu Yuan said humorously and winked at Song Jining. Song Jining thought of Lu Jin's temper and expression and couldn't help but laugh. It's indeed difficult for Professor Lu to praise me, but I'm willing to do so. Lu Jin was best at praising himself and rarely looked down on others. To be praised by him, even if it was just reluctantly, was still a great honor and affirmation. Lu Yuan smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. He took out the gift he had prepared. It was also a jewelry box, the same brand as the ring Huoguanshan had bought. Song Jining didn't refuse. She smiled and took a look. It's so beautiful, she praised in surprise. Her bright eyes reflected the brilliance of the jewelry, and she was indescribably beautiful. Text messages kept coming in, and Gua Huaning's phone kept ringing. I'm Deputy Director Jia. This is my new number. I happened to be eating at the hotel today and happened to see it. I thought it looked familiar, so I sent it to you. I didn't see the man's face, but from his back, it looks like General Hua. Of course, it's also possible that I'm mistaken, and I'm too embarrassed to look at the front. These 2 seats are at the end of the corridor. It would be too deliberate to walk over. It would be too awkward if I got the wrong person. The corner of Gua Huaning's mouth twitched. She quickly grabbed her handbag and walked out of the house while replying to the message. Thank you, Deputy Director Jia. Who are you having dinner with? I'll come take a look. Just as Gua Huaining was driving crazily towards the hotel, she received another photo. This one was even more obvious. In the photo, Song Jining was sitting opposite the man with the back of a mountain. She was opening a jewelry box and looking at the jewelry inside. From the angle of the photo, she couldn't see what kind of jewelry was in the jewelry box, but Gua Huaining recognized it immediately. Wasn't it the same brand that Huoguanshan had used to buy the rings and earrings? The earrings were still in her ears. Gua Huaning's heart was so agitated that she couldn't think straight. What she was most afraid of wasn't that Hua Guanchen didn't like her, but that Song Jining had changed her mind and was willing to be with him again. If that was the case, she knew she had no chance of winning. However, what Guo Huining didn't know was that the same photo was also sent to Hua Guanchen. Hua Guanchen had just finished a meeting and was sitting in the conference room sorting through the information he had just given. He checked the meeting minutes and even asked his secretary to bring him a bottle of water. When the personal secretary brought the water in, she also brought his personal phone in. This was because mobile phones were strictly prohibited in meetings at the military headquarters. Hua Guanchen's personal phone was placed in the locker outside. He would only take it out after the meeting. Hua Guanchen took the phone and glanced at it. He quickly found a photo from a few minutes ago. His fingers paused for a moment, but he still clicked on the photo. Hua Guanchen stood up abruptly when he saw Song Jining's beautiful smile in the photo and the silhouette that made his pupils contract. Hua Guanchen gripped the phone so tightly that he almost crushed it. His lips were pursed so tightly that they were almost white. He felt uneasy and fearful. What was the meaning of this photo? Hua Guanchen felt bitter when he saw Song Jining smiling at another man without any defense. But why did that person choose this scene to deliberately take a picture of her back? Hua Guanchen's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. He quickly turned around and left the conference room with his phone in hand as he said, "Prepare the car for me. I'm going to this hotel." He took a screenshot of the hotel's logo in the photo and sent it to his personal secretary. The personal secretary quickly found the address of the hotel. It was quite easy to find because there was only one 6-star hotel with such an obvious logo in the imperial capital. The hotel's environment was elegant and beautiful. It was low-key and luxurious. Lu Yuan talked about his business in the other world, and Song Jining listened with relish. After a while, the waiter saw that their glasses were empty and came over to pour wine. However, for some reason, his hand suddenly went numb. His hand trembled, and the red wine quickly flowed out of the glass and dripped onto Lu Yuan's pants. He was wearing light-colored pants today, and the place where the red wine was dripping was very awkward. He quickly stood up and covered it with the hotel's menu. He said, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." Song Jining also saw it, but she pretended not to see it. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'm going to the bathroom too." She easily resolved Lu Yuan's awkwardness. The two of them stood up together and went to the men's and women's bathrooms. As soon as Song Jining entered the bathroom, someone flashed out from behind the door and locked the bathroom door. Song Jining turned around in surprise and saw a woman with anger in her eyes. Looking at her, this woman looked like a wife who had caught a mistress having an affair. May I ask why you locked the door from the inside, madam?" Song Jining asked politely. Guo Huining raised her eyebrows. "You don't know me? Why are you pretending?" Guo Huining didn't believe that Song Jining didn't know of her existence. Song Jining found it even more amusing. "Why should I know you? Are you a famous physicist? Or a biologist? Or a mathematician?" Was she mocking her for not being good at science? Guo Huining chose liberal arts because she couldn't handle physics back then. This was today's second update, Chapter 2027, The Old House on Fire 9, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 2039. Guo Huining's eyes reddened as she pointed at Song Jining angrily and sobbed. "So what if you're a talented woman? You're already divorced, yet you're still flirting with him. How shameless." Song Jining finally understood, and her expression darkened. "What do you mean? What does it have to do with you whether I'm divorced or not? How dare you accuse me of being shameless? Just because you're shameless?" Guo Huining heard Song Jining's tone and thought of Gunyanji. She couldn't stand Gunyanji. "I'm just warning you. Don't think that he still likes you. If he really loved you, he wouldn't have divorced you when you were unconscious. Don't even think about getting back together with him." Guo Huining pointed in the direction of the bathroom door, as if the person she was referring to was there. Song Jining understood. "You're Hua Guanchen's girlfriend?" Guo Huining choked and mumbled, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm his girlfriend or not?" I've realized that shameless people have double standards. They're strict with others and lenient with themselves. Song Jining mocked her. You're saying I have double standards? Gua Huaning sneered as she crossed her arms. I'm just stating facts. I said shameless people have double standards. You admit that you have double standards, so you're admitting that you're shameless? Song Jining shook her head in amusement and went to wash her hands. Gua Huaning was furious and walked over to block the faucet. Even a great scientist knows how to scold people. I'm warning you. Don't try to go back to him or you'll regret it. Song Jining obviously didn't want to go back to him, but she was baffled that a stranger was telling her not to go back to him. She couldn't help retorting, so I won't go back to him just because you told me not to? Who do you think you are? I'll call the police if you act like this again. Gua Huaning was already blinded by jealousy and thought that her dream of a lifetime was going to be ruined by Song Jining. She wanted nothing more than to hit Song Jining. Just then, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Is there someone in there? Song Jining quickly said, yes. She pushed Gua Huaning away and walked to the door to open the lock. At the door was a young woman who wanted to use the restroom. She looked at Song Jining suspiciously and then looked at Gua Huaning. She didn't know what the two women were doing inside. She mumbled, this is a public restroom. Why would you lock the door? What a joke. Gua Huaning hurriedly walked into the cubicle and closed the door, calming her anxiety. After Song Jining went out, her good mood was swept away. She returned to her seat and said to Lu Yuan, who had already sat down, I'm not feeling well. Let's pay the bill and leave. Lu Yuan saw that Song Jining's expression was a little off, so he quickly stood up and said, okay, I'll go and settle the bill. Let's go. He was very concerned about Song Jining. He had been keeping his distance, but when he saw that Song Jining was unhappy, he couldn't help but gently put his arm around her shoulders and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? I met a lunatic. Song Jining shook her head and followed Lu Yuan to pay the bill. Then, they left the restaurant together. As soon as the two of them left, Hua Guanchen arrived in the car. However, he didn't get out of the car. He just watched Lu Yuan and Song Jining walk out with a deep gaze. One was tall and steady, while the other was beautiful and moving. They walked together in an indescribable harmony. Hua Guanchen clenched his hands tightly. It wasn't until the two of them got into the car that he ordered someone to drive the car away. However, just as his car left, Gua Huaning came out of the restaurant and happened to see the license plate number of Hua Guanchen's car. The license plate number of a military vehicle, especially a license plate of Hua Guanchen's level, was very special and easy to remember. Gua Huaning looked at it and felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt that her beautiful dream had been shattered into pieces. If Song Jining really wanted to turn back, she had no chance of winning at all. Gua Huaning returned to the West Mountain Villa in a daze. She didn't sleep the whole night. She sat alone by the bed and looked at the spacious and exquisite bedroom like a clay sculpture. All the anxiety she had been feeling these days seemed to have come true. Would she not be able to keep anything? Gua Huaning gritted her teeth. No, she wouldn't give up so easily. At that moment, her phone rang again. Gua Huaning took out her phone and glanced at it. It was Deputy Director Jia's new number. He picked up the call listlessly and said hello. Deputy Director Jia's voice was as greasy as his hair. Is this Huaning? I'm Deputy Director Jia. Yes. Gua Huaning continued to respond with one syllable. Huaning, I heard from Ian that you're getting engaged to General Hua soon. Do you want to introduce some business to us? Does someone of General Hua's status need to manage money? We, Carlyle International Investments, are dedicated to providing first-class financial services to all high-net-worth individuals and companies. Deputy Director Jia couldn't stop talking about business, like a door-to-door vacuum cleaner salesman. Gua Huaning didn't say a word and waited for him to finish before replying indifferently. No, I won't introduce business to you. Deputy Director Jia was stunned for a moment. He smiled sheepishly and said, Huaning, we're old friends. Don't forget about us just because you've climbed up the social ladder. Gua Huaning held the phone with her other hand and said calmly, Don't pretend to be a good person in front of me. It's fine if you pretend to others, but do you need to pretend to me too? Her electric car battery plan was originally thought up by the elites of the investment bank. For these people who were committed to capital operations, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be operated. As long as there was profit to be made, South American drug lords and Northeastern farmers were treated the same to them. As long as it could help them make money, it was fine. Deputy Director Jia chuckled. I'm not pretending. I'm just being straightforward and asking you to introduce business to me. You're not willing. It's not that I'm not willing, I just can't right now. Gua Huaning's face was serious and looked a little sinister. But I can clearly state the price. You can clearly state the price? What are you selling? Deputy Director Jia couldn't help but mock. We're already so familiar with each other. If we want to have sex, don't we need to charge extra? Friend l'effect sex gay. Who wants to have sex with you? Gua Huaning scolded in a low voice. Okay, let's not talk here. We'll talk when we meet. Everyone here was Hua Guanchen's people. Gua Huaning was worried that someone would hear them and tell Hua Guanchen. Deputy Director Jia saw that she was understanding and nodded in agreement. Go to the South City Club tomorrow. See you there. After setting a time with Gua Huaning, Deputy Director Jia immediately called his superior. Hello. Gua Huaning has basically taken a bait. May I ask what you want to do next? Get ready. The voice on the other side of the phone was a little sinister. We can't even get close to people of the Hua family's level. Only Gua Huaning can get close to them. But does General Hua really have a good impression of her? Deputy Director Jia was a little doubtful. Actually, I heard from Love Yen. From a man's point of view, I think they're thinking too much. The person on the other side of the phone sneered. You still can't tell? General Hua is also fishing. Don't get pecked in the eye by the geese all day long. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2028, The Old House on Fire, 10. It was November. Please get your monthly votes. And recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. The second update was 8:30 p.m. Mwah, everyone little angels. Chapter 2040. Deputy Director Jia shuddered and almost dropped the phone in his hand. He stammered. I was discovered by him. Do we still want to continue? You're not willing? The other party asked nonchalantly. There was no hint of forget it if you're not willing in his tone. It was just a casual remark. Deputy Director Jia didn't dare to say that he wasn't willing. Since he was on the boat, how could he get off whenever he wanted? He quickly shook his head and smiled obsequiously. It's not a matter of whether I'm willing or not. It's just that since the other party has discovered it and is prepared, shouldn't we reconsider? Do you think we haven't considered it? The other party's tone was a little impatient. But there are risks in any line of work. This is inevitable. You're in the investment business. Don't you even understand this? I understand. Deputy Director John nodded quickly and didn't dare to ask any more questions or refute. I'll make the arrangements now. Send me your instructions, and I'll pass it on to Gua Huaning. Okay. The other party was finally satisfied, but he still gave him a few pointers. I said that Gua Huaning's side is almost ready. It's not that she can get married, but that the other party wants to fish and gives her a chance to get in touch. Otherwise, do you think it's so easy to get close to the Hua family? This time, we hit the right target by a fluke. Also, continue to hint to Gua Huaning that Song Jining is her biggest obstacle. Deputy Director Jia understood. Got it. I'll make the arrangements. After returning from the restaurant last night, Song Jining didn't go back to the dormitory at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Instead, she went back to her apartment. Her apartment was very spacious and had many rooms, so even if Lu Yuan and Lu Jin lived there and Gun Yinji came over for time to freeload, she could still live there. Lu Yuan knew that Song Jining was in a bad mood, so he asked a few questions. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. Early the next morning, he prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Song Jining, which made Song Jining smile from ear to ear. In addition, Gun Yinji was observing her expression and deliberately asked, Ms. Song, wasn't the candlelight dinner last night good? I was thinking about when Major General Hua. From the corner of her eye, she saw Lu Jin's eyes widen. Gun Yinji quickly added, I want to try with Dad. The corners of Lu Jin's mouth that had just curved rose again. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. He cut the fried French escargot into 4 small pieces. One piece was placed on Song Jinning's plate. One piece was given to Gu Nianji, and the remaining 2 pieces were divided between himself and Lu Jin. Song Jinning picked up a small piece with her fork and put it in her mouth to chew. She closed her eyes in satisfaction as she savored the delicious combination of French escargot and lemons. After breakfast, Gu Nianji went to Song Jinning's room to chat and asked quietly, "Ms. Song, what happened last night? The dishes in the restaurant were not delicious? Or did Boss Lu make you angry?" After Song Jinning finished breakfast, she was in a much better mood. She said with a faint smile, "The food is delicious, and President Lu didn't make me angry. However, I met a lunatic and completely ruined my mood." Crazy? Gu Nianji guessed that it was probably because someone was jealous of him. She couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. President Lu is so amazing. He's only been back for a few days, and someone is already attacking you because of him. Song Jinning giggled and walked into the cloakroom to find clothes to change into. She said, "It has nothing to do with President Lu. It's my ex-husband's fault. I can't let President Lu take the blame." Gu Nianji's mind raced, and she understood. "It's Guo Huaining. She really want to stop you." She had thought that Guo Huaining would go after Hua Guanchen's blind date. Song Jinning was clearly not Hua Guanchen's blind date. Gu Nianji felt a little uneasy when she recalled the firewood that she and Hua Xiaoheng had added. She asked quietly, "Ms. Song, is it really Guo Huaining? Why is she looking for you?" Thanks to Lu Jin, Song Jinning knew the name Guo Huaining. She also knew that she had offended Gu Nianji and had almost brought down the Han Corporation, which was about to go public. However, she really didn't know what Guo Huaining looked like. She couldn't associate her name with her face. Now that she heard Gu Nianji's certainty, she couldn't help but look at her. "You know this person too? Is she Hua Guanchen's new girlfriend?" Looking at the woman's attitude last night, it was as if she was the legitimate wife to the mistress. Gu Nianji leaned against the sofa in Song Jinning's room. She was so comfortable that she wanted to roll over. She took out her phone and sent a photo of Guo Huaining to Song Jinning's phone. "Take a look. Is it this woman?" Song Jinning heard her phone ring. She took it out and saw that it was Gu Nianji who had sent her a photo. She swiped open the phone and opened the photo. She immediately said, "It's her. So she's Guo Huaining." Gu Nianji nodded and said with a smile, "She's helping General Hua take care of Grandfather Hua now. She lives in General Hua's private residence in West Mountain Villa." Song Jinning also remembered. "It's her. Didn't she recommend the doctor who woke Grandfather Hua up from his vegetative state?" "Yes, he did. The doctor was very good." Gu Nianji smiled. "My dad is investigating that doctor." "Why is he investigating that doctor?" Song Jinning didn't care about Guo Huaining at all. She didn't even want to ask what was going on between her and Hua Guanchen. She was only interested in Lu Jin's movements. A person who can be valued and studied by Professor Lu must be very impressive. Gu Nianji hugged the pillow and almost rolled to the ground laughing. She made Lu Jin sound like a psychiatrist. Even if he didn't do high-energy physics and biological genetics in the future, he could still change careers and become a charlatan. Song Jinning came out after changing her clothes. Gu Nianji was still buried in the pillow and laughing so hard that she was shaking. She walked over and patted her on the shoulder. "How naughty. Why aren't you talking?" Gu Nianji looked up with a smile on her face. "Wait for me to finish laughing." She cleared her throat and said in a serious tone, because the way he operated on Grandfather Hua was almost exactly the same as the demonstration surgery my father performed. "That amazing. But why are you investigating? Did something go wrong with the surgery?" Song Jinning sat back in front of the dressing table and picked up a comb to comb her hair. Gu Nianji shook her head. "There's no problem for the time being. It's precisely because there's no problem that I want to investigate." Song Jinning's hand paused. "I don't understand. My dad just thinks that no one here should know this kind of surgery. I don't agree with that." Song Jinning put down the comb and turned around with a frown. "Are we destined to be inferior in technology and can't compare to the other side in everything? That's not what I mean." Gu Nianji quickly shook her head and explained carefully My dad is saying that the development of this kind of surgery method can't be achieved by relying on individual genius. It requires the combination of surgical instruments and medical concepts to have the soil for this kind of surgery method. Actually, I don't really understand it either. For what he means, surgery is different from genetic science. It requires technical accumulation and can't be achieved overnight. Song Jining understood what he meant. I see. Professor Liu means that this person's surgical method is too abrupt in this world. Without a major breakthrough in material technology and medical theory, it's impossible to have this kind of surgical method. That's right. Miss Song is indeed a genius. You immediately understood. Gun Yinji smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Could it be that this doctor also came from the other side? Song Jining immediately thought of another possibility. Gun Yinji shook her head. This possibility has been ruled out. When my dad investigated this doctor, he first ruled out this aspect, but if he said no, then it definitely isn't. He didn't come from the other world, but he actually has an advanced surgical method. That's indeed quite strange. Song Jining thought about it for a while, and then let it go. This wasn't within the scope of her research, so she didn't spend too much time thinking about it. After coming out of Song Jining's room, Gun Yinji saw Lu Yuan and Lu Jin waiting in the living room. She pursed her lips into a smile and said in a low voice, "President Liu, don't worry too much. It's nothing. It's just that someone was jealous and found the wrong person." Lu Yuan was worried and asked, "Really? Don't fool me. It's 100% real, absolutely true." Gun Yinji stretched out her finger and shook it. "You owe me 2 meals. Lu Yuan." She made it sound as if he had never cooked for her before. Seeing that everything was fine, Lu Jin smiled and teased Lu Yuan. "What are you worried about? Let me tell you, a genius like Director Song would never waste time on relationships. She's absolutely immune to jealousy and flirting. Besides, it's a waste of time, and she doesn't care to do it. Don't take the wrong path." Gun Yinji also smiled and said, "President Liu, although my dad isn't reliable when it comes to interpersonal relationships, he's still a genius. Only a genius can figure out a genius's mental state. Don't wait for Ms. Song to throw herself into your arms. It's impossible. It's impossible for Ms. Song to do it in this lifetime." Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. "Really?" "Of course." Gun Yinji quickly nodded. "If you don't believe me, try another method. Be more proactive. Be more straightforward." This was the second update for today. Chapter 2029, Be Proactive, Be Straightforward. It's November. Please give me your monthly votes. And recommendation votes. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2041. Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly, but his eyes darted past Gun Yinji and Lu Jin's faces. He wasn't sure if he should listen to them. After all, neither of them looked very reliable. Gun Yinji giggled, as if she was watching a show. Lu Jin stood by her side to support her. He didn't care what his girl said or did at all. He was a firm follower of the two whatevers. Everything his girl said was right. Anyone who disagreed with his girl was wrong. He could pick out the bones in an egg, let alone pick out other people's thorns. Was their advice really worth listening to? Lu Yuan said calmly, "I'll think about it." Gun Yinji shrugged. "That's all I can help you with." Lu Jin scoffed and patted Gun Yinji's head. "Girl, don't be discouraged. President Liu said he'll think about it, so he'll really think about it. He's definitely not trying to trick me." "Oh." Gun Yinji ended the topic with a syllable. After Song Jining's birthday, Hua Guanchen began to have people investigate the situation at the Institute of High Energy Physics. "Chief, the Institute of High Energy Physics is an important scientific research institution that the government and the military have collaborated on. The security is too tight. What do you want to investigate?" Hua Guanchen's personal secretary asked with a headache. He knew that Hua Guanchen's ex-wife, Song Jining, was the current director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. If there was anything, couldn't he just ask his ex-wife? What was the meaning of secretly investigating in secret? Hua Guanchen looked at the photo that had been secretly taken on his phone and felt that the back view was too glaring. After some thought, he didn't take it out as evidence. He just raised his eyelids and said with a smile, "You also know that the Institute of High Energy Physics is an important institution of the country. It's heavily guarded, so check the political background of all the members of the Institute of High Energy Physics, including but not limited to the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, professors, general scientific researchers, graduate students, administrative staff, security guards, and cleaners. Not a single one of them can be missing." As the director of the military's political department, it was the most justifiable move for him to check the political background of everyone in the Institute of High Energy Physics. That's doable. Hua Guanshan's personal secretary's eyes lit up, and he almost gave him a thumbs up. "Chief, you're so smart." He could tell that the chief still had lingering feelings for his ex-wife. Using this method to get rid of all the potential rivals in love near his ex-wife, it was really great. Hua Guanshan's personal secretary thought he understood the chief's state of mind and smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry, Chief. We will definitely turn the Institute of High Energy Physics upside down." Even a male mouse has to be investigated 3 generations of his ancestors and 5 generations of collateral relatives. Hua Guanshan stopped smiling and said sternly, "If that's how you feel, then don't investigate. I'll send someone else." Hua Guanshan. "Guanshan!" Hua Guanshan stopped smiling and said, "Guang hu Guanshan not. Guanshan Guang yes. Chun Hua Guang. This is a who I said. I guing I song why I long. The internet had the S had comma yang had to as the chun long in. In the age of the internet, this information had long been scanned and entered into the database. Hua Guanshan's personal secretary, as the personal secretary of the director of the military's political department, had certain authority to access such a database. The personal secretary walked back, and Hua Guanshan looked down at the photo on his phone. After a long time, he deleted it. But a few minutes after deleting it, he went to the folder where he stored the deleted photos in his phone's album and restored the photo. He couldn't bear to delete it. He looked at the photo with a deep gaze. The personal secretary didn't understand his thoughts, so he wouldn't explain further. It was good to let him misunderstand that he was doing this for Song Jining. And it wasn't a misunderstanding. After all, he was doing this for Song Jining. He wanted to remarry Song Jining and also wanted to find out the truth about the failed experiment. Sitting at his desk, Hua Guanshan opened an internal report on the accident that year. The person who represented the military in contacting Song Haichuan and Song Jining had always been his older brother, Hua Guanyuan. He knew about Song Jining from his older brother. At that time, he didn't know that this woman would become his wife and give birth to an outstanding son. When the accident happened 18 years ago, he was only a captain. His older brother, Hua Guanyin, who was also Lu Yuan, was already a senior colonel. At that time, he was already married to Song Jining, and his child was already 12 years old. At first, he didn't know what project they were working on. It wasn't until Song Jining and his older brother, Hua Guanyin, had an accident at the same time that he, as a family member, learned a little about it. He didn't believe that the accident was the natural result of the experiment's failure. Later, the higher his position climbed, the more facts he learned, and the more confused his goals became. The more he knew, the more it proved that the experiment's failure was indeed a natural result. Because such a major experimental accident, the military and the government would definitely not let it go. They would definitely investigate thoroughly. As his security level rose, those top secret documents were placed in front of him one by one. The more he looked at them, the more he realized that he had indeed been overthinking back then. Now that even his older brother, who he thought had been sacrificed, had returned, his faith was almost shaken. Could it be that he was really worried for nothing? Or was that accident a trap to begin with? A trap to make his older brother disappear so that he could appear in another identity? However, Song Jining's biological father, once the most famous high-energy physicist in Huaxia, Song Haichuan, had really died in that experimental accident. He knew very well, because he was the one who had buried Song Haichuan's body as his son-in-law and held a grand funeral for him. Apart from Song Haichuan, There were also many experimenters and soldiers from the military carrying out secret missions. All in all, there were hundreds of people. If the experimental accident at that time was really the natural result of the experiment's failure, then these people could still be said to have sacrificed their lives for science. The path of scientific development had always been a path filled with dangers and thorns. However, Huoguanshan thought about it for a long time and still didn't think that it was a trap, because he knew the military very well. They wouldn't let so many people die just to hide one person's identity. He believed that the experiment had indeed failed. But the question was the experiment's failure a natural result, or was it manipulated? If it was manipulated, then there must be a purpose. What was this person's purpose? Because in the past 18 years, if there really was a mastermind behind the scenes, there had been no movement from this mastermind. Huoguanshan's thoughts were on the road, which was after Hua Guanyuan's return, and he had once walked into a dead end. It wasn't until some people began to use Guahuaning to get close to him and treat him like a fish that he discovered new clues. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2030, The Two Whatevers. There were two updates today. At 8:30 p.m. on the second update. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2042. The Institute of High Energy Physics was bustling with activity. The master's students and doctoral students were concentrating on Lu Jin's class. Song Jining and her lab staff were having a meeting in the conference room to summarize their recent experimental results. Even the uncles and aunties sweeping the floor and the security guards guarding the entrance were all focused and meticulous. The place looked simple and unadorned. Even the sign Institute of High Energy Physics at the door was just a long wooden board with black words on a white background. However, this was one of the most advanced technological bases in the Huaxiao Empire. Of course, with Lu Jin's arrival, this place had become the most cutting-edge technological base in the Huaxiao Empire. In the conference room of the Institute of High Energy Physics, all kinds of discussions were in full swing. Director Song, a foreign laboratory, recently announced that they have observed gravitational waves. Two black holes located 3 billion light-years away emitted gravitational waves while entangled with each other, confirming Einstein's prediction more than 100 years ago. In other words, massive objects can indeed affect the distribution of space-time. That's right, Director Song. Doesn't this prove that our research direction for so many years is correct? Song Jining nodded with a smile. Gravity waves do exist. The foreign laboratory's discovery is very exciting. Hearing Song Jining's affirmation, the laboratory staff seemed to be even more excited. Does that mean that time and space are indeed changeable and can even detect the changes of time and space according to the bending and deviation of light? Black holes can affect each other and produce gravity waves. From the perspective of quantum mechanics, is it possible for multiple universes or worlds to exist at the same time? The person who asked this question was a very lively and cheerful staff member in Song Jining's laboratory who liked to discuss problems with others. Even Song Jining knew that his name was Zhuo Hong. He was in his 30s and looked gentle and handsome. His family background was not only rich but also had a certain amount of power. Unlike the rest of his family, Zhuo Hong was obsessed with physics research. Although his results in physics were not outstanding, he was very good at hands-on experiments. Back then, he tried many times but failed to become a postgraduate student at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Later, he used his family's connections and went through another experimental examination before he became a researcher at the Institute of High Energy Physics. She looked at Zhuo Hong and said with a faint smile, "Are you interested in the multi-world theory?" Who wouldn't be interested? The conference room roared with laughter. The theory of particle physics was profound and obscure. People who spent their entire lives studying it would inevitably be a bit boring. However, most of the people in this conference room were middle-aged and young people. They had not reached the age of old yet, and were still brimming with inspiring vitality. Although the multi-worlds theory only exists in the theoretical stage and can only be deduced from science fiction, More and more astronomical discoveries have proved that the theory is correct and feasible. Zhuqing Hong said excitedly and gestured with his hands. For example, gravity waves have been observed. Then, can we use gravity waves as energy to break the barrier of time and space and detect the reality of multiple worlds? Ha ha! Little Zhua, you're too imaginative. We've only just observed the gravity wave, and you're already thinking of traveling to a parallel world. Yes, it's me. As long as I see the photo of my favorite idol, I can immediately imagine which kindergarten our children will go to in the future. Yeah, I haven't bought the lottery yet. I'm already thinking about how to write my will. Otherwise, if I win the lottery, my children will fight over the inheritance. That would be quite a tragedy. Forget it. If you want to have children fight over the inheritance, shouldn't you have a girlfriend first? If you don't even have a girlfriend, how can you have children fight over the inheritance? Shouldn't you ask him if he has a chance of winning the lottery first? Why are you talking about children fighting over the inheritance? Ha! I've been led astray by him. Song Jining pursed her lips and laughed as she listened to her subordinates jesting. The verification of the multi-worlds theory was top secret even in the Institute of High-Energy Physics. It was not something that an ordinary researcher would know. In the past year, there had been a major breakthrough in magnetic field energy, but this breakthrough was based on the experimental notes left behind by Gu Xiangwen. And this Gu Xiangwen, of course, was not Lu Jin from the other world, but the Gu Xiangwen who was born and raised in this world and died in the submarine a few years ago. Therefore, only Song Jining and a few scientists from the military participated in the experimental verification. In the end, Song Jining was the only one who successfully used the magnetic field energy to activate the resonance of the magnetic field. However, now that she saw that her researchers were on the right track, Song Jining was still very pleased. Without Gu Xiangwen's research results, they would definitely have reached the right destination in the end. But she did not know how long it would take. It could be a few decades, a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. This was because breakthroughs in cutting-edge scientific research relied on people, genius scholars, and the probability of such a genius scholar appearing was too low. There was an Einstein abroad, and the theory that he had proposed more than 100 years ago was still being discussed and verified. And Gu Xiangwen, the most powerful genius scientist of his generation in Huaxia, had been killed at the age when he was most likely to produce results. Song Jining's mood sank again when she thought of Gu Xiangwen, who had been hunted down by the Japanese and whose last family had died of violent death. She sat in the laboratory, listening to the heated discussion of the researchers, but she did not hear a single word. It was not until someone knocked on the door that everyone's imagination was interrupted. Is Director Song here? Song Jining came back to her senses and looked up to see Lu Jin standing at the door with an unhappy expression. Her mood immediately improved. The Gu Xiangwen on this side was gone, but the Gu Xiangwen in the other world was even more powerful, and he was willing to stay in Huaxia. She stood up. Professor Lu, is your class over? Do you have time to discuss it with everyone? Lu Jin scoffed. I'm afraid that discussing it with these people will lower my IQ. He pointed at the experimenters in the conference room and said, disdainfully, their brains are a little smaller than those who write novels. Their logic is a little worse than that of real physicists. Director Song, if you deal with these people every day, it will affect your way of thinking. The people in the conference room were a little embarrassed, but they were used to Lu Jin's frequent mockery. In the entire Institute of High-Energy Physics, Song Jining was the only one who had not been mocked by Lu Jin in person. Thinking of this, everyone calmed down and no one was particularly angry. Only Zhuqing Hong's eyes lit up. He went up to him and said, Professor Lu, do you know that the foreign laboratory has recently observed gravitational waves? Can you discuss it with everyone? Lu Jin glared at him. Gravitational waves exist to begin with. What's so strange about observing them? If you have the ability, simulate gravitational waves in the laboratory yourself. The conference room was instantly filled with researchers kneeling on the ground. Do you think our laboratory is space? You're still simulating gravitational waves in the laboratory? Are you going to create two black holes too? No one said anything, but the look in their eyes made it clear. Lu Jin glared at them. What? You don't believe me? Do you want me to? Okay, Professor Lu. I have something to tell you. It's about Nianji. Song Jining quickly stood up to smooth things over and pulled Lu Jin away. Lu Jin followed Song Jining into her office with a sullen expression. He muttered, "Humph. What's so great about a bunch of old men in their 70s and 80s observing gravitational waves? I observed it with my own telescope when I was less than 10 years old." This was the second update of the day. Chapter 2031. Young geniuses have been born since ancient times. There were two updates today. While all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2043. After walking into Song Jinning's office, Lu Jin closed the door behind her and immediately asked, "What happened to Nianji? You want to talk to me alone? Did something happen to her?" Song Jinning turned around in surprise. No. Why would Professor Lu think that? But you were the one who pulled me in just now and said you had something to tell me about Nianji. Lu Jin looked at her suspiciously. You know how nervous and important I am to my girl. I know. Song Jinning walked to her desk and sat down, thinking about how to smooth things over. She had just said that it had something to do with Nianji. She was just looking for a topic to quickly take Lu Jin away. Song Jinning was actually not good at dealing with people, but she was different from Lu Jin, who had a severe interpersonal disorder. She at least had the kindness and magnanimity of a woman. She usually wouldn't take the initiative to make things difficult or mock others. Of course, she also knew that if someone else had said those words, they would definitely be making things difficult or mocking her. However, when it came from Lu Jin's mouth, it was the truth. She had no choice but to accept it. She had pulled Lu Jin away because she was afraid that he would say too much and say something that was too advanced. Sitting in her office, Song Jinning rubbed her temples. She had a headache. Lu Jin's personality didn't seem to be suitable to be a professor. Because he was too smart, his learning process was different from that of ordinary people. This made it very difficult for him to become a successful educator. Moreover, those masters and doctoral students, even if they were already top scientific researchers and the best in the eyes of the public, were still not enough in Lu Jin's eyes. He was actually suitable for special research, all kinds of inventions, and then show the results to others for everyone to worship. Teaching and educating people was not his style. Lu Jin sat in front of Song Jinning. Seeing her troubled expression, he understood. He shrugged nonchalantly and said, "If Director Song thinks I've made too many enemies for you, you can fire me." He wasn't worried about work or money. Song Jinning saw that he had misunderstood and said, "Professor Lu, don't say that. Why am I worried that you'll make enemies? What are you talking about?" She continued without hesitation. "Professor Lu's enemy is my enemy. Whoever goes against Professor Lu is going against me. Do you still have to doubt my admiration for Professor Lu?" Lu Jin beamed when he heard this. He gave Song Jinning a thumbs up and said rudely, "You have good taste. Director Song is a true genius scholar." Praising him meant that he had a good eye. This person was really too conceited. Song Jinning was amused by him. She decided to tell him directly, "Professor Lu is right. The people in the institute aren't that great. It's a waste of time for you to teach them." Lu Jin nodded repeatedly. "It's a waste of time, but I have nothing to do recently. I have to live even if I don't waste time. If I can help Director Song with a few lessons, I'll treat it as helping the poor." Well, he even knew about poverty alleviation. It was obvious that he had too much time. Song Jinning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said softly, "Professor Lu, this isn't the main point. The main point is that I'm worried that you'll be provoked and reveal your true abilities. Your true level has far surpassed our era. It's not suitable to show it to the public." Lu Jin raised his head proudly. "My research is indeed not suitable to be shown to the public. They will be scared." Yes, So why don't you be the chief scientist of our Institute of High Energy Physics in the future? I'll apply for an unlimited budget for you, and you can do whatever research you want. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Chief scientist, that's a good idea. I like it. He rubbed his chin happily. My girl is the chief legal advisor of the Senate, and I'm her father. I can't be too bad. The father of the chief legal advisor has to be the chief scientist. Song Jining smiled and remembered. Yes, that's what I wanted to tell you about Nianji's problem. Lu Jin quickly stopped smiling and sat up straight. Go ahead. Nianji works in the upper house of parliament. She's currently the chief legal advisor of the upper house. If she wants to take a step forward in the Senate and really become Speaker Long's successor, then she has to pay attention to her image and social influence, because both the upper and lower houses of parliament are elected. Song Jining paused. Elections can't be said to be the best mechanism, but as representatives of the public, there's no other way but to elect. Lu Ji nodded. Get to the point. I know what elections are about, and I also know about public representatives. This is what Nianji needs to consider, but does it have anything to do with me? Song Jining continued to remind him, you're Nianji's biological father. When she really runs for office, her background and identity will be known to the public. If you offend too many people and people find out that she's your biological daughter, do you think those people will come out to stir up trouble and create obstacles for Nianji? Lu Jin was instantly furious. He slammed his hands on the desk. Who would dare? Whoever creates obstacles for my girl, I'll teach them a lesson. Give them a taste of their own medicine, whether it's stirring up trouble or spreading rumors. Let those people try. If I don't overturn those people's assets, I'll break off my father-daughter relationship with my girl. Song Jining. It seemed like he was serious. He had even said, break off their father-daughter relationship. Song Jining instantly had a better impression of Lu Jin. A person who loved his daughter so selflessly and was a genius scientist that no one could hope to reach. This kind of person was a true dragon among men. She regretted using such words to persuade Lu Jin, so she quickly said sincerely, Professor Lu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Please forgive me. Song Jining didn't have any idle baggage. She would apologize when she needed to. She had never been vague, and she didn't care about face. Lu Jin especially appreciated this about her. Although Song Jining's IQ wasn't top-notch in Lu Jin's opinion, she was many times higher than the average smart person. Moreover, Song Jining had never been shy about taking the initiative to apologize. This was something that Lu Jin couldn't do. It was impossible for him to apologize, not in this lifetime, unless he was facing Nianji, which was a different matter. In Lu Jin's heart, he was very clear about the difference between close and distant. Director Song, you're too polite. I understand what you mean. I'll be careful in the future, but I really won't be provoked by others to reveal all my secrets. Lu Jin spread his hands. Don't forget, my father is a top psychologist and is good at hypnosis. I'm not as good at it as he is, but I've learned a little. Reading people's expressions is an introductory course in psychology. I know all about it, but I don't want to use it. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. It's because I understand it that I find it ridiculous and boring. Song Jining pursed her lips and smiled. She turned on the computer and began to apply for a personal laboratory for Lu Jin. She asked, then if you become the chief scientist of our Institute of High Energy Physics and have your own laboratory, do you still need an assistant? You can't do some experiments alone, right? There are a few lab laborers. Lu Jin counted with his fingers. I can't have a socialite butterfly who has great strength, can move, and is tight-lipped. Not only can I not have her, but as long as she gets within 3 meters of my laboratory, she'll be shot down by a laser. Song Jining. Had she come up with a bad idea? However, when she saw Lu Jin excitedly calculating what kind of equipment he wanted for his personal laboratory and what kind of laborers he needed, she held back. This was the most suitable research method for Lu Jin. Song Jining didn't want to force Lu Jin to do those time-wasting things. After the two of them finished discussing, they began to talk about the research project to start. Lu Jin said, I'll be frank first. My own civilian project won't be given to your Institute of high-energy physics. Those are for Boss Lou. He's the one who earns money for me. If those patents don't earn him money, he'll quit cooking for me and Yinji. Song Jining, she said faintly. President Liu also cooks for me. Lu Jin blinked slyly, his expression still stubborn. I've known Boss Lou for so many years, and I know his bad habit. Whenever he sees a woman he likes, he'll take the initiative to cook for her. Actually, why bother? A woman likes a man, not a chef. Song Jining felt very uncomfortable and immediately said, President Liu cooking is a good thing. How did he become a chef? Are you worthy of President Liu's cooking for you all these years? And it was especially delicious. Lu Jin laughed in his heart, but he still stiffened his neck and said, if a chef doesn't cook well, can he still be called a chef? Not everyone who goes into the kitchen to cook is called a chef. For example, I also know a thing or two, but I can't be called a chef because I'm not a professional. But cooking isn't President Liu's profession either. Song Jining couldn't help but speak up for Lu Yuan. He has his own profession, and cooking is just his hobby. Professor Lu's words are biased. Ah, that's not what the last woman said. Lu Jin lied through his teeth. Lu Jin lied through his teeth. Boss Liu likes her, so he deliberately said that his house was being renovated and stayed at that woman's house. He took good care of her 3 meals a day and even delivered food to her unit. Unfortunately, the last woman didn't cherish him at all and treated him as a cook. Boss Liu was heartbroken and had been silent for many years. Recently, he started cooking for the woman he liked again. Song Jining felt that something was wrong, but her mind was stuck on the words the last woman and couldn't wrap her head around it for a moment. She asked in confusion, President Liu used to like a woman? Was it over there? That woman actually didn't like President Liu? Sigh, what a heartless person. I'm sorry for the delicacies that President Liu prepared. Wasting delicacies will be struck by lightning and punished by retribution. Lu Jin, he was very puzzled. I've already made it so obvious, yet you still haven't reacted? Do you like her or don't like her? Give me a definite answer. Lu Jin made up his mind and was about to ask on Lu Yuan's behalf when Song Jining's office intercom suddenly beeped. Song Jining turned it on, and a woman's sweet voice rang out. Director Song, Minister Shi from the Ministry of Education is here. Do you want to meet him? The Minister of the Ministry of Education was here, so how could Song Jining not see him? She immediately said, I'll be right there. Please invite Minister Shi to the reception room. Lu Jin hated dealing with these bureaucrats the most. He also stood up. Then I'll go back first. You go ahead. Song Jining nodded. I can mention the matter of applying for a budget to the Minister of Education in person. In theory, this is funded by the Ministry of Education, but the Senate can also play a big role. I'll talk to Yinji when I get back tonight. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. Boss Liu will think of a way, Lu Jin said lightly and walked out first. When he opened the door, he saw a sweet-looking woman. Her round face was like a red apple, and she was dressed very lively. She was the one who had been talking just now. Lu Jin knew that her name was Kai Zhaoa. She was a very popular girl among the master students at the Institute of High-Energy Physics. There weren't many women who studied physics to begin with. Occasionally, there would be one or two whose looks weren't flattering. Therefore, a beautiful and intelligent girl like Kai Zhaoa was especially popular in the Institute of Physics. But it wouldn't work with Lu Jin. He glanced at her and said naturally, You're smiling so happily and obsequiously. Did you pass the exam this time? I remember you only got 10 points last time. The full score was 50 points. Of course, she didn't pass with 10 points. What a slap in the face. Kai Zhaoha's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She said in a trembling voice, Professor Liu, I'll definitely do well next time. There won't be a next time. You're fired. Lu Jin walked out without looking back. Kai Zhaoha burst into tears. Song Jining continued to have a headache and said helplessly, It's just being fired from Professor Liu's course, not from the Institute of High-Energy Physics. Why are you crying? It was better not to comfort her. Kai Zhaoha was even more upset. She covered her face and turned to run away. Song Jinning's assistant rushed over at this moment and was secretly amused. She said, "Students nowadays have hearts of glass. They can't say a single harsh word. Don't mind them." "Why should I mind? She's the one who should mind. She only got 10 points on the exam." Our Institute of High-Energy Physics also has to consider the expulsion system. We can't be like other schools and still give students a chance to take a makeup exam. Song Jinning waved her hand nonchalantly. "Think carefully about how to draft the rules. Don't accept so many people. People who do academia value quality over quantity." She remembered that when her father, Song Hai-chuan, was the director of the Institute of High-Energy Physics, there weren't so many people in the institute. For the past 10 years, Bai Jini had been in charge. She wanted nothing more than to turn a high-end research institute into a university campus where people came and went. Her assistant nodded. "I'll discuss the rules with the people in the secretariat. You can go and see Minister Shi. He's been waiting for a while." Song Jinning followed her assistant into the reception room. Minister Shi was the minister of the Ministry of Education under the cabinet. He was in his 50s and had a kind face. He did have the demeanor of an educator. In recent years, he had vigorously carried out educational reforms. He had lightened the burden on students and prohibited teachers from assigning too much homework. He was simply worrying about primary school students all over the country. Song Jinning was not used to this. Learning was a difficult process. If one couldn't even endure the hardships of learning, what future prospects would they have in the future? However, the funding of the Institute of High-Energy Physics was still managed by the Ministry of Education, so Song Jinning still had to treat him politely. She walked into the reception room and was surprised to find that in addition to Minister Shi, there was also an elegant woman sitting next to him. Seeing her come in, the woman stood up. She was not short and was about the same height as Song Jinning. She smiled and nodded elegantly at her. "Are you Director Song? It's an honor to meet you." This was today's big chapter update of 4,000 words. Chapter 2032, There's No Next Time. Today, the two chapters merged into one. It was a little late. Moi moi. Chapter 2044. Song Jinning had never seen this woman before. Minister Shi introduced her with a smile. "This is Ms. Yuan Jinan. She's the heir to Chile's Yuan Group. Chile is a country that's rich in minerals. Ms. Yuan's family controls almost 80% of Chile's mineral resources. She really does have a mine in her family. Ha ha." Song Jinning smiled and nodded at Yuan Jinan. "Hello, Ms. Yuan." She sat down in the guest room. Yuan Jinan gracefully sat back next to Minister Shi and asked in surprise, "Director Song is so young and beautiful, but she's the director of such a high-tech research institute. That's amazing." Her Chinese was very accurate, but because it was so accurate, it was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort to learn it. It wasn't her mother tongue since she was a child. Song Jinning smiled and said, "Could it be that in Ms. Yuan's heart, being young and beautiful and being the director of a high-tech research institute can't coexist?" "That's not what I meant. I'm just lamenting that Director Song is the kind of beauty who can clearly rely on her face to make a living, but has to rely on her talent." Yuan Jinan said humorously, "You're the most beautiful Chinese woman I've ever seen. With your looks, you can instantly beat those superstars who boast about their beauty." "You flatter me." Song Jinning sized Yuan Jinan up carefully. It could be seen that Yuan Jinan had also taken good care of herself. Her skin was smooth and delicate, with a soft pearl-white glow. Her eyes were as clear as spring water, and she had a pair of naturally willowy eyebrows. She had a small nose, and her lips were a little dark, so she used matte lipstick. When she smiled, she looked gentle and beautiful. However, it was obvious that it was a superficial skincare, which was completely different from Song Jinning's gene-level youthful glow. In other words, although Yuan Jinan looked young, everyone could tell that her real age was definitely over 40. As for Song Jinning, even those who were familiar with her couldn't connect her with her real age. Because she looked young, it was engraved in her bones. Yuan Jinan praised Song Jinning a few more times, But Song Jining only listened with a smile and didn't say anything else. Yuan Jinan's mouth was dry after talking for a long time, so she could only look at Minister Shi awkwardly. Minister Shi sat between the two beauties, feeling unreal, as if he had become a handsome man. After being glanced at by Yuan Jinan, he came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Director Song, it's like this. After our trade war with the United States, many raw materials and mineral resources from the United States were put on the tax increase list. However, the country is already prepared. They have already found large suppliers of agricultural products and mineral resources in South America. Ms. Yuan is one of the best of them. She heard that our country treats foreign businessmen very well, so she returned to China to investigate for a few months. She felt that the domestic environment is very suitable for her family to expand into new fields, so she decided to invest in our country. She also wants to find a research institute to cooperate with. She wants to hand over some of the problems that require technological breakthroughs to our country's research institute. The Hara Corporation will provide the money, and we will provide the manpower." Song Jining shook her head. "Minister Shi, our Institute of Physics doesn't lack money, and we don't do industrial-level technical research. Ms. Yuan has come to the wrong place. You can introduce our country's private enterprises to Ms. Yuan. She will definitely be able to find a good partner." Yuan Jinan didn't expect Song Jining to reject her outright. She said regretfully, "I see. Actually, I also want to contribute to China's scientific research." Since Director Song isn't interested, Minister Shi was a little anxious. He quickly said, "Director Song, aren't you applying to the cabinet for funding? Your Institute of High-Energy Physics is a subordinate institution of our Ministry of Education. The Cabinet Budget Committee has transferred your funding application to our department. To tell you the truth, this year's budget is a little tight. Our policy now is to encourage subordinate institutions to mainly raise their own funds, and the department's funding is secondary." Song Jining looked disapproving. "You can say this to other institutions, but you can't say it to our Institute of High-Energy Physics. Even if your entire department's budget is cut, you still have to allocate funds to our Institute of Physics. This is not negotiable." She actually didn't give face to Minister Shi in front of a foreign guest. The gentle smile on Minister Shi's face couldn't hold on any longer. "Director Song, you must be joking, right?" Minister Shi blinked. The balding parted hair on his head was shiny. "This year, the budget of all the cabinet departments has been cut. Are you making things difficult for me?" Song Jining couldn't talk to Minister Shi about the budget in public. She raised an eyebrow. "This is your problem, not mine. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave." Her time was already very tight. Other than experiments, the only thing she could spare time to do was to apply for funding. Now, this Minister of Education actually dared to tell her that the Institute of High-Energy Physics funding would be cut. It was really the biggest joke in the world. Yuan Jinan saw how tough Song Jining was and didn't continue to insist. She smiled and nodded. "I didn't think it through. Actually, I have also contacted several engineering universities. They're all very interested. Since Director Song's Institute of Physics doesn't need it, then forget it." She stood up gracefully and reached out to Song Jining again. "Director Song, see you again if fate allows it." Song Jining raised her hand and said with a smile, "I didn't wash my hands after the experiment. I'm sorry, I can't shake hands with you. But don't worry, you will definitely find a good partner. I hope you can invest in industries in China. The conditions will definitely be better than in Chile." Yuan Jinan could only withdraw his hand and said embarrassedly, "Thank you for your kind words, Director Song. Sorry for disturbing." She nodded slightly at Song Jining and left the reception room in a hurry, without waiting for Minister Shi to get up. Minister Shi stood up and whispered to Song Jining, "Director Song, I'm not lying to you. This year's funding is really very tight. Our department has been holding frequent meetings recently to discuss the funding of the institutions under the Ministry of Education. Why did you refuse? Ms. Yuan can really provide a lot of funding." Song Jining said with a smile, "This is a problem for you to consider, But our Institute of Physics is not an ordinary institution. We have special rules that even private enterprises can't cooperate with us, let alone foreign investors. Huh? Really? Minister Schur took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. But this year's funding is really not easy to approve. If the ministry really doesn't have the money, then forget it. If there is, and they don't want to share it with us, I must talk to the cabinet and the Prime Minister. Song Jining said with a hidden meaning, "Why don't you ask Prime Minister Bai and see if he agrees with your approach?" Minister Schur did not dare to ask Prime Minister Bai. He hurriedly said, "Director Song, don't worry. We will cut anyone's funding, but not your Institute of High-Energy Physics. I just wanted to give you a chance to generate income. Who would complain about having too much money, right? But to be honest, this year's funding shortage is a common phenomenon. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. If there isn't even rice, how can we share it?" Is that so? Song Jining did not really believe Minister Schur's words. Seeing that Minister Schur softened when he heard that she wanted to talk to Prime Minister Bai, she said meaningfully, "Minister Schur, don't bring strangers to our Institute of High-Energy Physics in the future. The security here is very tight." Okay. I was kind enough to help you today. If you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Why threaten me? Minister Schur glared at Song Jining angrily and left in a huff. Song Jining looked at Minister Schur's back and frowned. What's this Minister Schur's name again? Schur Leji, her assistant said, faintly next to her. This was today's first update, Chapter 2033, Schur Leji. Today's second update, at 8:30 in the evening. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 2045. Song Jining snorted, but she didn't complain in front of her subordinates. She only said, "Find out the funding applications for our Institute of Physics and count them. See how many of them haven't responded yet. If they exceed the time we requested, prepare a memo and send it directly to Prime Minister Bai and Speaker Long. Also, forward a memo to General G of the military and Chief Gu of the Senate. How dare he touch the funds of the Institute of High-Energy Physics?" This Minister of Education really lived up to his name. When Song Jining returned to her office, she passed by a small classroom and heard someone talking. She glanced inside and found that it was Zhuo Qinghong comforting Kai Zhaohe, who was crying his eyes out. This was the master student who had just been rebuked by Lu Jin, and she was still crying. Song Jining frowned. She was seriously considering whether the Institute of High-Energy Physics should cancel the enrollment of master students and only recruit PhD students and postdocs. This way, he would be older, more mature, and more resistant to pressure. Only exceptional geniuses would be accepted as an exception. With this thought in mind, Song Jining returned to her office and began to draft new articles and documents. Zhuo Qinghong caught a glimpse of Song Jining's figure walking past the door from the corner of his eye. He knocked on the desk with a headache. "Zhaohe, what problem can you solve by crying like this? Why don't you think about how to make up for your grades? Why don't you just pass the next test?" But that Professor Lu's questions are tricky and harsh. He even tests things that aren't in the textbook. Zhuo Qinghong frowned. "Professor Lu is very good. How can the textbooks compare to him? Didn't he find a lot of mistakes in the textbooks?" Kai Zhaohe choked and shouted, "I'm just a student. I only know how to study the textbooks. If he says he's wrong, then he's wrong. If he's so capable, why doesn't he go compile textbooks? Showa, you're a master student now. You can't always mention textbooks." Zhuo Qinghong stood up. He felt that he had already done his best. Learn to think independently and listen to Professor Lu's lectures. If you don't cherish this precious opportunity, then don't go to Professor Lu's lectures. These words touched Kai Zhaohe's sore spot. She had just stopped crying, but she started wailing again. "But I've already been expelled from Professor Lu's class. They didn't even give me the chance to retake the exam." Zhuo Qinghong rubbed his temples and left the small classroom without saying anything. On the first Friday of December, the first snow fell in the imperial capital. The first snow was sparkling and translucent. It fluttered in the air and enveloped the bustling imperial capital in a thin layer of snow. Gun Yinji woke up in the morning and opened the windows to see the snowy scenery outside. She was overjoyed. Aka, let's go to the snow. Aka jumped up from his soft little kennel, barked, and ran out with her. Gun Yinji was wearing a former Soviet military-style white mink fur cap that covered her ears. For the convenience of running, she did not wear a knee-length coat. She only wore a dark blue glossy short-down jacket from Moncler. It was energetic, warm, and particularly valiant. It matched perfectly with the white mink fur of the Soviet military uniform on her head. Holding Aka's leash, she ran out the door. Gun Yinji saw In Xixiang and Zhao Liangzi running back and waved at them with a smile. Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, good morning. Yinji, good morning. In Xixiang and Zhao Liangzi greeted her together. Zhao Liangzi also greeted the short-legged little corgi, Aku. Aku, you've gained weight again recently. Look at your fat body. You're a disgrace to military dogs. Aku seemed to understand what he said and pounced on him to bite him. Yinji quickly pulled the leash and shouted, Aku, shut up. If you bite again, I'll put a chew on you. Only then did Aku stop in his tracks. He didn't really bite. He only bared his teeth at Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi and In Xixiang laughed and nodded to Gun Yinji. They walked past her and returned to Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. The members of the Special Operations Forces who had finished their morning exercises returned from running in 2s and 3s. They all nodded to Gun Yinji and occasionally exchanged a few words. Gun Yinji was in a good mood. Her little face was flushed, and her lacquered eyes were sparkling. It was becoming more and more difficult to look away. The morning at the Special Operations Forces headquarters was so lively and bustling. After Hua Guanxin woke up in the morning, he went to the study to familiarize himself with the information for today's meeting. It was all prepared by the personal secretary for him and placed in the study. He only needed to look through it once. It was originally just a daily operation, but when he saw that the secretary had mixed in a report on the military budget, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The political department didn't care about the budget, but the military's budget was also subject to political review. Therefore, before the final approval, all the application reports that had passed the budget review would be sent to the political department for final political review. He actually saw an application from the Institute of High Energy Physics among the application reports from the various military agencies. He quickly pulled out the application and read it. It turned out that Song Jining had applied for funding for Lu Jin's personal laboratory. This was because Lu Jin had made it very clear that his civilian project was intended to be patented and earn money for Lu Yuan's company. He would not give it to the Institute of High Energy Physics. His research projects at the Institute of High Energy Physics were all in cooperation with the military and were biased towards the development of cutting-edge weapons. Therefore, it was normal and reasonable for Song Jining to apply for funding from the military. Especially since the cabinet's budget was tight at the moment, it made sense for her to report directly to the military. But this wasn't how things worked in the past. Hua Guanxin checked the previous information. Sure enough, in the past, the military had transferred the money for the cooperation project to the cabinet, and then the cabinet budget committee would allocate it to the Institute of High Energy Physics. In theory, the military couldn't directly give money to the cabinet's subordinate agencies. This was considered overstepping their authority. Just like the cabinet's subordinate agencies couldn't directly ask the military for money. This was considered overstepping their authority. Song Jining had never been someone who could be unconventional in this regard. Hua Guanxin was sensitive enough to sense that there was a conflict between the Institute of High Energy Physics and the cabinet. Hua Guanxin tapped his fingers on the desk twice and called his personal secretary over to ask, "How's the political review of all the personnel at the Institute of High Energy Physics going?" "Reporting, sir. It's still under investigation." His personal secretary quickly stood at attention and said, "We've divided everyone in the Institute of High Energy Physics in several categories and marked them with different levels of importance. First, there's the management and teachers. Director Song is the leader, including 3 deputy directors, 7 professors, 8 associate professors, and 15 lecturers. Then there's the staff of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Currently, the Institute of High Energy Physics has a total of 6 specialized laboratories, and each laboratory has 30 researchers. The personal secretary paused. According to the authorized number, the researchers in these 6 specialized laboratories are already overstaffed. Hua Guanchen put his hands together and placed them on the desk. How much overstaffed? According to the authorized number, each specialized laboratory can't have more than 20 researchers. They're overstaffed by 10 people in each laboratory. Why is it overstaffed? Didn't you review it before? Hua Guanchen asked in surprise. The personal secretary looked at Hua Guanchen awkwardly. Ms. Baijini used to be the director. At that time, the cooperation with the military had already stopped. She expanded the recruitment herself, and it had nothing to do with us. After the major accident with the military's experiment 18 years ago, the military stopped the cooperation plan with the Institute of High Energy Physics. At that time, Baijini was promoted to director. She didn't agree with Song Haichuan's management philosophy and was determined to make the Institute of High Energy Physics bigger and stronger. Baijini was flexible. Because she was from a Bai family, she was able to build good relationships with all parties. Her application for funding from the cabinet was always green-lighted. Her situation was completely different from Song Jinning's. After Baijini was imprisoned, Song Jinning recovered from her illness and took over as director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. The military reopened the experiment, and the situation of the Institute of High Energy Physics was once again noticed by the military's political department. Of course, a complete and thorough investigation had happened not long ago. Hua Guanchen thought about it. He packed up the documents and stood up. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "Inform the organization that the meeting today is canceled. I'll personally go to the Institute of High Energy Physics." You're going to the Institute of High Energy Physics? Hua Guanchen's personal secretary quickly nodded. I'll arrange the convoy and inform them that the meeting is canceled. Hua Guanchen quickly arrived at the Institute of High Energy Physics by car. However, before he got out of the car, his personal secretary handed over his personal phone from the front seat and said, "Chief, Miss Gua is calling." Hua Guanchen took it. "Mr. Hua, this is Huaning." Gua Huaning said with a smile, "Are you coming to the West Mountain today? Your guards sent over fresh venison. Grandfather Hua wants to roast venison." Hua Guanchen smiled. "I still have a meeting today. I don't know if I have time. You guys eat first." With that, he hung up the phone, pushed open the car door, and walked out. At that moment, in a residential building in the distance, someone took a photo with a high-definition telephoto lens and sent it to Gua Huaning. Gua Huaning saw Hua Guanchen's clear back on the phone and the familiar license plate. Her eyes narrowed. It seemed that the warning she gave Song Jinning wasn't enough. She actually hooked up with Hua Guanchen to meet in private again. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 2034, Meeting in Private. There were 2 updates today. Wax, little angels, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.